Jamie, I see you just joined. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Wonderful. Great. It will be just a few minutes here. I'm going to put you on mute.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. Yes. Okay. Jamie, we're just waiting on one more.
Sure.
All right, good morning, everybody. We will officially call our City of Nisswa special council meeting to order on this Tuesday, February 17th, 2026, and it is 10:34 a.m. So our main agenda item and why we have this special meeting today is to do the final interviews for the city administrator clerk position that has been vacant with the city of Nisswa. Before we dive in, I'd like to turn it over to Wendell from South Central Service Cooperative. They are the firm that council motioned to engage with to help us with the search for these positions. Wendell, thank you and your team for being here today. Thank you so much. Yep, and just to overview, we have the 4 interviews. So the first one is scheduled about 55 minutes per interview. So just for council, for our information and just for good flowing and trying to keep on track, we do want to leave maybe 5-7 minutes at the end for any kind of wrap up and whatnot. And then Mr. Lawrence, just for your knowledge too, as we go through and ask questions, we want you to be able to ask questions back of us as well. So if things come up as we're going through and you don't want to hold it until the very end, right? If something pops in your mind, please feel free to note that and ask the council those questions also. And then I would just note to council in talking with Wendell, there is a suggested question list, right? For each of us, we all have the same one. We'll kind of do a round robin, how we did for the last round of interviews, so we each have an opportunity to ask questions. But you can ask questions that are not on this list. The only thing that Wendell gave guidance on, strong guidance, is that we need to be fair and ask the same, in general, the same questions of all the candidates, unless there's maybe something specific to, their resume or experience that you saw in order to maintain fairness throughout this process. So if everybody's good, we could get started. Okay, great. Mr. Lawrence, thank you so much for being here virtually. We do appreciate it. We appreciate your candidacy and being involved in the process. If you wouldn't mind just starting out for a few minutes, just giving us a little bit of your background bio and what interested you in applying for the position with the city of Nisswa.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for allowing me to do this. It was not the ideal situation. I really wanted to be up there and be there in person, but had a conflict with a vacation I was already scheduled. So I appreciate you guys doing that for me. Yeah, a little background on myself. I was born and raised in West Central Illinois. Lived there most of my life. Went to college, university at the Illinois State University. Started there. Left college a little bit early. Had the opportunity at that time to go work in soil conservation and a few other areas. Did that. Was hired on with the U.S. Forest Service right after that period, worked for the Forest Service for a couple years. Friend of mine had given me the opportunity to move after the Forest Service. I was in the early 2000s to move down to the Kentucky, Tennessee area, by the Land Between the Lakes area down there. So I went down there. I worked for the Kentucky Department of Corrections for about 6 years. And during that time, I actually went back and finished my, transferred all my credits from Illinois State down to Murray State, finished my bachelor's degree, and then went on and worked on, and got my master's in public administration. Once I got my master's degree, I went to work for the Madisonville, Hopkins County Economic Development Corporation. Worked with them for about a year and a half, I believe. Then went on to what they called an area development district in Kentucky. It was a regional planning agency. Started there working as a projects coordinator, which meant I wrote grants for small communities, for grants such as law enforcement grants, fire grants, trails, recreation, various grant programs that were on the smaller side. And then I advanced in that same agency to become their water and wastewater coordinator, which meant I worked with the state down there as the State Department of Water, and helped local communities that weren't the largest communities, that didn't have a lot of staff, help them manage their local utility systems and write grants to build new water plants, new sewer plants, expand infrastructure, fix some of their problems. So I did that for about 2 years. Just so happened that the city administrator in the current city I'm at, he took a position as a city administrator in Kentucky, and he fell in. I covered 9 counties in Kentucky, and he was one of the cities in one of my counties. I was working with him to build a new sewage treatment plant, and in discussions with him, he said that there was an opening in Sac City, Iowa, as an administrator. So he thought I'd be a good fit for that. So and it was a little bit closer to my where I grew up in Illinois, back up in the Midwest, and so I interviewed for that, and everything went well, and the council liked the way I ran my business, ran my operations, and hired me. So I've been in, it'll be 9 years. I've been in Sac City in June. Kind of the reason I think you asked, what interested me in maybe Nisswa. It's something that I'm looking for a place. I think that this is going to be my, whatever position I choose, I'm looking for a city that's kind of going to be my final resting, where I retire at. I'll be turning 49, 50 soon. So this is one of those positions I'm looking to settle. I've been in Sac City, like I said, for 9 years. The community's treated me well. We have a good relationship. I've built a really good relationship with their city council and mayor over those 9 years, and we've done a lot of great things. We've expanded our recreational opportunities. We've revamped our wastewater treatment collection system. Where when I first came to that community, we were having all kinds of sewer backup issues in the community. The sewer system wasn't being maintained like it should have been. So we hit that head on as soon as I got there, and corrected that within a year. We're doing a lot of water department utility improvements. I worked with the police department quite frequently to improve training opportunities for them, engage and update their policies to make them reflect what was required state and nationally, and modernize. And we've just done our big ticket item in the last few years is we've redone our housing. The city's purchased a lot, 2 lots actually, that we've actually become kind of the developers on, because being in a rural area, it's kind of difficult, to be honest, to bring in a large developer to build a lot of housing. So the council decided that it'd be in the interest of the city to kind of be the developer ourselves initially. So we've done that. Like I said, we had 2 divisions. We've filled one, and then the second one it's got 13 lots in it, and I think we've filled 3 so far in the last year. So the way we financed that was through TIF. And currently what we're doing with that property as well is we're transferring. The city doesn't really necessarily want to be the developer owner of the property. And to make it simpler, because it is kind of complicated sometimes for the city to sell property to individual landowners, that the city is going to sell that to our SAC Economic Development Corporation, our development arm of the city. So we're working on getting that completed right now. So that's a little background on myself.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. We'll start with questions from the council. Councilmember London, if you'd like to start. You can make sure your mic is.
So tell us what you know about our community. Tell us what you know about our community.
Yeah. So, when I came across the job description in the advertisement, I actually talked to my wife about it, and I said, well, I'm the type, I've got to see what's going on. So we actually, the week before Christmas, drove up to Nisswa and spent the weekend, and did some Christmas shopping and ate some pizza at the Rafferty's, and just walked around town and met some of the people. So, and drove around the community and the surrounding communities. So it's something that I always have to have buy-in myself before I want to go to a new community. So I went there, and it's a beautiful town. And I mean, you've got the lakes and the amenities and the good people around. So I was very impressed, and it attracted me. So my wife and I both decided it'd be a good opportunity to apply. And so that's what we did.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, Councilmember Fraley.
Well, you come from the county that my great grandfather was born in, and before he moved up to Minnesota. I found that pretty interesting. What is your approach to dealing with difficult people, whether it be staff or council?
Right. I've always I've always had the position that it's usually not a full-on conflict, it's a misunderstanding. And typically what I find is it's a misunderstanding of roles, what the role of the staff member is, what the role of the council member is, whatever. And once those are explained out, and most cities have written policies already in place that help explain those roles as well. So I always try to be neutral on both sides, and then approach it from what policy says. So my personal position on how local government works is that the city council and mayor are your policy makers, and your staff are your operators and the ones that enforce that policy. It's important to understand those roles, and allow the city administrator as the arbiter in between the two. I find it important, and I've told the staff this as well. I find it important that if a council member or the mayor has an issues directly with a policy or an action that the city department's doing, or an action or something that an individual employee has done, it's important for that council member or mayor to approach the administrator and let the administrator handle that situation, instead of handling it directly. There's also recourse. Usually, I mean, they can always appeal whatever decision the administrator makes on beyond and bring it back up to the council level as a whole. But I always find it's important to allow the city administrator to do their job, and their jobs to manage the operations of the city. We don't make the policy, but we do manage the operations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, Councilmember Hall.
Okay, well, let's,
Do we have you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
okay.
Okay,
Super.
perfect.
So the question was, how would you develop a long-range plan for the community?
Yeah, so what we do and what we've done in Iowa, and I think it works anywhere, but it's uh, you really need to develop a good strategic plan, and it involves the council and staff and the administrator in working out a 2-year plan, a 5-year plan, and a 10-year plan of what you want to see done. It's sometimes it's best, and it might actually be good to have a new administrator come in with new ideas, but we usually look at the state, some of the universities have people that specialize that come in and work with the city councils in developing those plans. And then once those are established, you really push the city administrator to follow those. And like I do in ours, I have a little checklist of items that we have on our plan, future plans, and I check them all as we accomplish them. And it's a pride point with the city that we do set plans and we follow through on them. So yeah, it's just a process of gaining new ideas. Everybody's going to have their own ideas. We put the ideas together. Typically, we'll put them on a board where everybody writes all the ideas out, then we just prioritize them by votes and narrow them down to these 3 goals this year, these 3 goals next year, these 3 goals 5 years from now. And then once those are all set, we really work hard to finish them.
Thank you. Next question will come from Councilmember Zahn.
Good morning, Jamie. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Question I have for you is somewhat similar to what Councilmember Hall just asked, but I'd like to know if you could tell us about your experience with economic development.
Yeah, so when I worked there, I was their business retention and expansion coordinator. So my main job was I went in and visited with the local industries, mostly manufacturers, but I also went into the smaller business as well, because we understood that the actually main growth you see in economies isn't new businesses or chasing new businesses into town. It's the real growth you typically see in economic development is those industries that are already there expanding. So that's where we saw the growth, and that's the area I focused on. We also did a big push on entrepreneurship in the community. I think that's especially in small towns and in towns like Nisswa, especially with the potential on the tourism and tourism development, is that entrepreneurs come in with new business ideas, and it's always key in my mind that the city be a team player with these individuals and not be a hindrance with bureaucratic red tape. So we've always tried to help, and that was a big key part of our EDCs, was that the individuals could come to our organization, and we were there to work with the city and any government agency that could cause any problems. We were there to work with them directly and get past that red tape, or at least have somebody on staff who could take care of a lot of that for the individual and let them focus on growing their business instead of filling out paperwork. I think that's a big key. I think it's, economic development side too, is we did a lot of work we were actually, so I think what you guys are looking at is an authority. We didn't have an authority. We were an economic development corporation. We were actually a 501c3, so we could take charitable contributions. And what worked well for our organization at the time when I was in Kentucky was that, especially if there was a manufacturer was moving out of town, if we happened to lose one, they would donate that. We would go into discussions with them, and a lot of times they would donate that empty building to the development corporation as a tax write-off for their company, and then we could use that empty building as a recruitment tool for a new business or industry coming into town. So it served as a good pass through, and the city itself didn't have to necessarily get involved. And the third part was that we usually, especially when we did big deals, big development deals, our director and staff would go work a tax package together, and a package for the potential business coming into town of, certain tax breaks they could receive, incentives, what if they would receive an empty building. Part of the attractiveness of the city I was in was if we did have an empty building, that EDC oftentimes would almost give them that building for free if they would bring in their industry there with a certain number of jobs attached to it. So that's kind of key in my view of what these economic development groups need to do. I've always had the opinion, and this is just because I came from this end and not the authority end, but I've always had the opinion that it's good to have more of the private sector involved on the board than necessarily the local governments. It keeps everybody on their toes, and it brings a lot more new ideas into the system. And it actually also, I think, in my view, kind of keeps things keeps a continuity involved there, because your local councils, your local governments change policy direction from time to time. When you have more private industry, some of them folks aboard, it creates a little more continuity where if there's a big change in government, they can kind of still continue on the same path. So it's good to see continuity and not like a lot of upheaval especially in economic development, because that's what the industries like to see.
Does any council have any follow-up questions around this topic for Mr. Lawrence? Before we move on to the next question?
None that are listed.
Anyone? Okay, thank you. The next question, Mr. Lawrence, is what would you need from the city council to be successful, in a new city, in a new role as the administrator clerk in Nisswa?
Right. My main goal is to develop an understanding between me and the council on how a city's properly managed. So I've always initially, like when I take on a new position, and I've only done it a couple times, I don't move very often, but like when the last one I started, just determining those roles. And I usually do that via contract actually before we even start. So we're all on the same page. I like to be the one that I'm in between the council and the staff members. And I like to be the one that relays the wishes of the council to the staff, so we don't have to have any of that conflict in the future. It's always important to me. I always want to develop a relationship with each and every member of the council and the mayor yourself, and be able to be on a first name, easy talking basis to understand your issues. That's important. So that, and then I always really push the issue that my job is to be neutral in the situation. You're the policymakers, you make the decisions. If you ask me a question, I'm going to give you the pros and cons of those issues that come up. But ultimately it's your call, and I'm just there to implement your policies and make them work the most efficient way I can see possible. It's key to me to be just the openness and dialogue between myself and the council and mayor is always important. And as long as we can do that, it'd be great. And I always feel that it's very, very important during this interview process. If we're going to click, if you can see us working together, and I feel like we can work together, it's great. If you can see that we're on two different, wavelengths and we're just going to have different management styles, then that's, it may not be, my style may not be for you, but I think the way I've watched your city work, I think it would work. So I'm here to help, and that's what I do. It's to help you make things work for the city, and to make the public build trust in the city and have a good relationship. What I like to also see is like in my own community, I'm involved in a lot of stuff. I'm parts of the civic organizations. I serve on the our economic development board. I'm on the board of directors for the Kiwanis Club. I go to several of the meetings. I always go to them if one of the commissions want to meet and ask me, they need my opinion, I usually attend it. So I'm there when they need me to give their advice. But I also want to allow them to manage their own departments and not be a micromanager as well.
Thank you. Next question, Councilmember London.
What do you believe you would bring to the position that others may not?
I just bring I have a pretty broad background in government itself. I've worked at the federal level, the state level, and the local level. I'm very well aware on how government funding systems work. I'm very knowledgeable on obtaining grant funds for communities. I mean, that used to be what my main job was, is to secure funding for local communities. I grew up in a law enforcement family. My father was a deputy sheriff. I have a good, solid relationship with our police department. Our fire department I'm involved with. I serve on their fire board. We have an agreement that's with our fire departments. We also provide services to all the townships in our surrounding community. So we have in Iowa, what's called a 2080 agreements, intergovernmental agreements. And I'm in charge of kind of setting that and making sure that agreement's followed and the townships pay their part to the city for fire protection. So the big thing I have is in coming from a town of where I'm at now, I have a fairly good knowledge base of most every department. And we have a water department, a sewer department, municipal garbage departments, police department, fire departments. And being a small enough city, I'm kind of involved in all the aspects of that. So I also, as far as being, I have my office time, but also I have some hands-on time that I'm able to do. I don't know if the others have that or not, but to me, it's always key, at least. And I always make a point on a few times, at least each year, to get out with the line staff and work next to them for a day or something, just so I can understand what they're coming from and the work they have to do, and they can see where I'm coming from. So, and it helps develop that. It's always good to develop a good relationship with all those employees. Let them get to know you on a first name business basis. I don't know if a lot of administrators do that, but it's a management style. Some more office oriented. I'm more the type that likes to get out in the community and explore and meet new people and get to know the staff and the community members.
Thank you very much.
Next question, Councilmember Fraley.
I know you made some talked about communication, but how would you establish good communications and information flow with others between the council, yourself to staff?
Communication between the council and myself or from the council to staff. Is that what you're asking? Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm always at every council meeting. We'll discuss and you direct at me whatever comments you have, or outside, whatever. And that's where it's key, I think, for me to develop good relationships with both sides, the council and the staff, to be able to sit down and talk to them in a not necessarily formal setting, but informal setting of what we're wanting to see, as the city council is wanting to see, is what the staff needs to do. And again, I think, a lot of times, and this happens where I work, and it happens in every city. It's just human nature to disagree on how something needs to be done. And I always tell the the staff will. They're the ones that are making the policy. We're supposed to enforce it. That's what we do. If that's what they want done, that's what we're going to do. If they have ideas, and this is where I come back to roles and responsibilities as well. I mean, part of their role is to advise me and the council on why an idea that the council is pushing may not necessarily work. So what I do would, I bring that policy decision to the staff members. They may not like it initially, and we're going to follow it initially because that's what the council said to do. But I also let them comment on that, especially over a month or two period while we're testing it out, and bring those comments back to the city council and say, well, here's what the public works director said. Here's some of the issues maybe we need to look at to amend this policy or correct this ordinance or whatever. It's just you got to look city policy and city government, or the ordinance, the book of ordinances. It's always going to have to be kind of a living document. It changes from time to time, and it's when it's, to me, it's extremely important too. Giving each of those department heads and individual employees buy-in to some of the decision making. Given their ideas and having the city council to consider those ideas, and especially tell them it's a good idea if it is a good idea, it's a huge thing for them to have. It's for motivation and making a good employee when they actually feel like they're part of it and part of the community, and their ideas get implemented. It's a great feeling for them, and that really creates a good bond too between the administrator, the council, and the staff.
Well, thank you.
Councilmember Hall?
A little bit of a follow-up to that question. Tell us about a time, give us an example of a conflict that you've had between yourself and staff and how that was resolved.
Yeah, the main one that I believe would come to mind would be, it was a lot of times the staff would be, when we negotiated pay raises for staff on the annual basis. Actually, our city would do a 3-year an agreement with the city employees, and said a 3-year, this is what you're going to get over 3-year raises, and that always created quite a bit of conflict. I'm going through it right now, to be honest, and it's going to be conflicts. The city budget's tight, and we don't have the funds that they're wanting on their end to provide those raises. What I usually do is I bring out the information to them directly, especially to the department heads, and say, here's the revenue dollars we're bringing in. If you can show me where we can afford to make these changes and to make these improvements you're suggesting, I'm all for it. But if you can't show it, I'll say, I'm looking for it and I don't see it. And then if they can't come up with it or give a suggestion, then we revert back to what my idea and the council's idea originally was. So it's, we come to my idea of that conflict resolution is, here's my idea of what to do. You tell me how to do it better, or come up with a new idea that makes it more efficient. I'm wide open to it, and lay that back onto them. So they have to make that decision. And if they can't come up with a solid decision, then we revert back to the original. That tends to melt the conflict and end it immediately, in my experience.
Thank you. Councilmember Zahn.
We're similar. That was good, wasn't it?
My question, sir, is how can a city administrator maintain positive relationships with citizens, business, and staff when delivering unpopular news? Give us your take.
That's always difficult. Even though it's unpopular news, I'm trying to think of a good example. Let's say it's always unpopular that the tax rate levy is going up. That's always very unpopular.
Don't say.
You all know. and it's part of life. The way there's always a positive spin on those type of things. And usually what I've come to find out is if you can explain in a very direct way and tell them exactly where these dollars are going and what they're going to be used for, that bad news becomes more acceptable over a period of time. And especially if it's something that's, providing pay raises to law enforcement officers or public safety items are key to that, and making it known that your tax dollars are being used for your purpose to keep your community safe and efficient, to provide you clean drinking water in my case in my city, or a sewage system that works well and efficient. Uh, that I'm discussing rate increases on utilities there, but being able to sell utility rate increases, being able to sell tax levies, the way you do it is you explain the reasoning behind it, and usually most people can swallow that. It's nobody. I don't like paying more taxes. Nobody does, but if it's for a good cause and it's to make our town better, usually they tend to accept a little bit better. So we do. You just have to sell that to the community. The hey, this is why we're doing it, and we're not just raising your taxes to spend more money. We're doing it for a specific reason, and outline that.
Thank you.
Thank you. What are your expectations from employees that directly report to you? And what could the employees expect from you as a manager?
Yeah, so in this situation especially, my expectations there would be the department heads they manage their department. They're expected to follow the budgets established in their department. If they've run into issues budget wise or staff problems or whatever, I expect them to come to me and discuss that before it becomes a major issue. On the other side, what I hope they expect of me and the way I operate is that I don't micromanage each department's operations on a daily basis, that I understand that they are the subject matter experts, they're the professionals in their specific areas, that I don't necessarily know everything. And so that I allow them to manage their own departments to the extent they can best do it. And the only time I would necessarily become involved is if red flags are coming up or budget items are hitting or there's becoming personnel issues. But day to day, I don't want to be in a position that I have to manage them. If I do, there's going to be, usually that's where I end up with having to discipline a supervisor, is if I'm having to go into their department and correct issues and they're not doing it themselves, because that's what they're hired to do, is be the supervisor of that specific department.
Thank you. Councilmember London.
If you were selected as a city administrator, how would you spend your first month in the position?
Yeah, so it's key to me is to develop the relationship with the mayor and the council during that first month, and getting to know the public and the general public in that community, and develop the key in the first 30 to 60 days is developing a rapport and a relationship between the staff, the council, and residents of the community, and work on building that trust that is so often required between the city administrator and those specific entities. Life becomes much easier for the council and the staff and the city administrator when the residents trust the person that you've hired to do the job that you hired them to do. So I'm very keen on initially coming out and getting out in the public, meeting the business owners, getting to know some of the residents' issues, meeting with the council members individually, staff members individually. I always said I like to go out and spend a day or so, and I think that's key in the first 30 days with these department heads and some of the line staff, So they get to know me. It's always, even down to the newest hire, it's always important that they know you. And when they see you on the street, they can come up and say, hi, how are you doing? So know them, know the community, and then find out what the issues are that are going on in the community, in the council, what policy direction the council is wanting to go, and trying to help implement that direction. And I usually try to say, like, well, what 3 goals do we want to accomplish in the next 6 months as administrator, the next year as administrator? And then I'll work on getting those goals accomplished. But I work with you guys on doing that and saying, do you want to work on public safety? Is that your key issue? Is there a big inflow and infiltration issue in the sewer collection system that needs to be dealt with? Do you want to build a new water plant and start a water utility, or set 3 goals for me, and I can probably try to accomplish any of them for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fraley didn't have any more questions on his end, so we'll turn it to Councilmember Hall. We probably only have time for maybe 1 or so more questions because we want to give you time to ask questions for us and then kind of wrap up. So we're at that 10-minute mark. But Councilmember Hall.
Yeah, and my question's maybe kind of a lead into the wrap up. If you've had time to research us as a city and Nisswa, what would be maybe a couple of your top 2 or 3 things that you already know about us that you would address in your research of us?
Yeah. So I think you've started the process. I see you've got some housing, some property purchased, I believe, to do some housing developments. I think that's a great start. In that, I think something that you guys should really consider doing, and this would be to attract business and housing, is to potentially look at establishing a water department and building a water plant. I think that would be a really great addition that would probably recruit even more business and housing to the community. And it makes things much more efficient as well, instead of having to dig private wells, especially on the commercial side. I see that as key. I see you've got all the natural amenities already. It's good to keep expanding on those, to keep the maintenance up on them. And I think I'd really like to work on that as well. We've done a lot of that in my city. And I see a lot of potential for even more growth as far as tourism in Nisswa. So we could work on a plan for that as well. Then I think those would be the 2 main goals. But yeah, in any city. But I think always it's infrastructure would be a big part of your community, and then seeing it grow in the future, both on the wastewater and water side.
Thank you. Well, we want to give you time as well. We appreciate you going so in depth on all of the questions from the council members, but we want to give you time as well. If you have questions for us, what could we answer for you?
Yeah. My main question with you guys is kind of what fit are you looking, what are you looking for as an administrator? Is there specific items that you want accomplished that you see that maybe I would be good at or not? Those are the type of things I would like to know. And I could answer your questions even better if that's, the direction, you're wanting to work through an EDA and establish an economic development authority. I think it could probably help with that. It's a little bit different in Iowa and Minnesota as far as that system works, but that's kind of the nerd in me is I enjoy that type of policy. So I'd have fun researching that out as far as Minnesota law and all that, how that all works. But yeah, I guess what are you looking for? What do you want me to do?
Let me turn to start with Councilmember Zahn for a response.
Solve all of our problems, of course.
Yeah.
It's a loaded question, but it can also be a loaded answer back. There's 5 of us up here. We have a town of 2,000 plus residents, so we have our fair share of challenges that we deal with. To be honest, Jamie, we have a property, as you've already mentioned, that was purchased late '24. I'm going to clarify though, I don't think any of us at that time made them sign off on the motion for it to be specifically like a housing development, but more so for future economic opportunity. There's, I think, a lot that you've already brought up that would be a benefit to this team here. We have a really good staff. We have a really good group on this council that is dynamic in really all regards. So what are we looking for? We're looking for a quarterback, from my opinion, looking for a team player, looking for somebody that's willing to put their ego aside and put their working foreman hat on for the day, show up, turn the coffee on, and shut the lights off at the end of the day and get this team pepped up to be able to do their job and have fun.
Right.
We have everything that this community would need to be classified as Mayberry, in my opinion. And I hope you had that same experience when you came here a few weeks ago, well, months ago. But I'm just going to stop talking because I'll let the rest of the folks.
Yeah,
provide their input.
which council member would like to chime in next? Councilmember Hall or? Oh, so you walked out. Sorry. Jamie's question was, he was asking us, what are we looking for in a city administrator? You know, what are the qualities? What are the traits? So Councilmember Zahn talked, gave his answer, and I know you were out of the room, being part of it.
I came on the council in 2021. What I'm looking for in a city administrator is, as Councilmember Zahn said, a team player that can work with the council, bring our policy, our direction to the staff, and work with the staff. We've got excellent staff. They know what they're doing, and to convey if they're, which we can sometimes hear, if staff has concerns because they're not being listened to or whatever it happens to be, that that the new city administrator is willing to come to the council and express those to us. Also, like Member Zahn said, we are a population of approximately 2,000 tourist area, and we grow to 30,000. There's a lot of things to do here. We have some great festivals. So I want the new city administrator to enjoy the people, enjoy what happens in this area, and to get involved with the people, because we have some great people in this area and in this city. That's what I'm looking for.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes, I guess I'd be looking for somebody that is good with interacting with not only the staff and the council, but also too as the community. It's a really small community. A number of people like myself, we've lived our entire life in this community, involved in many different aspects of the community. So knowing the public, knowing the business owners themselves and having a good relationship with them is just as high of a expectation for myself, for somebody like you, as it is working with the staff and the council. Actually get out there in the public and know the individual people that really make this town great and what it is.
And then, is the screen froze or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think,
Did we freeze again?
yeah. Oh, okay.
He's gone.
Yeah, I'm guessing his internet connection isn't good.
That's what it is.
Give him a second here, but.
Okay.
Wendell, would you suggest we give him a minute to come back, or should we just? Okay.
Yeah, we only have a couple minutes.
Oh, here he comes. Jamie, were you able to hear Councilmember Hall's feedback to your question, or because the screen froze there?
Yeah, I got about half of it, I believe, and then whatever, the Zoom just quit on me, so.
Yeah, so I was just saying, you know, for somebody in your role, I believe it's just as important to have a good relationship with the people of the town, the community, and the business owners, and to actually get out there and know who they are, what they kind of are looking for, and kind of what makes this community unique and a great community to live in, you know?
Yep, I couldn't agree more with that. That's a big one to me.
And then I guess I would just add from my perspective, in addition to what the other council members shared, is having a good strategic leader that not only has the hard skills, but also the soft skills for interpersonal relationships. Because I've only been on the council now for a year, but one of the things I've observed is there was a strat plan or a strategic plan for the city, but perhaps not all of the council maybe is fully aligned with how that strategic plan sits today, but that's supposed to guide and direct staff, right? But there may be different perspectives of policy because council has changed over time from when that strategic plan was originally built. And so to have that, you know, right leader that can help get the right plans in place, help, you know, kind of foster that connectivity, that collaboration, the strategic perspective, so that everybody is clear on understanding the goals and direction. And then when council makes policy, there's no confusion around it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I would just follow up, just, wrapping things up is I still see us as the council, the city managers, and the staff as a team. And we all have disagreements. We all have different ideas and different visions on how we'd like to see things happen. But we also have a lot of ideas that are similar. I'm sure there's policy directions that Nisswa wants to go on that most everyone can agree on the council, and work on some of those as well. So you can pass those positive things that make the city look good and make your town look good and get through those. And you can tackle the tough ones as well. But there's always positives that you can look at and advertise to sell to the community to say, hey, this is what your city's doing for you. And us as a team, as a city council, this is what we're working on to make things better for your community. And I know there's like several issues that everyone all agrees on, and that's always important to go out there, get those passed and implemented and promoted.
Thank you. Well, we are at 11:26 here. If you don't have any final questions for us, if you want to take just a final minute or two to wrap up in closing, any final thoughts you want to leave us with before we let you go for the day?
Yeah, just thank you for the opportunity to interview. Like I said, I visited Nisswa. It's a very beautiful town. You ought to be proud of what you have there. Regardless if I get hired or not, I'll still come back and visit you because you're a great place to visit. Funny story. One of our council members, actually, he's retired now. He was an optometrist. Said that, and this was back in the 50s. They used to drive up to Nisswa, his family on summer vacations. So and they were from I believe he grew up in the Omaha area, Nebraska, before they moved to Sac. So he was well aware of Nisswa when I talked to him about it. And he just thought it was the most wonderful place and all the best memories. So be proud of your community, and regardless how this turns out, I'm proud of what you guys are doing, and I hope you have a very good, successful community in the future.
Thank
Well,
you.
thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Take care.
You too. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Take a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
We'll bring you in.
We will do that. Thank you.
What's that?
So you have it. Very interesting. Not to distract from the interviews, but I got this in my inbox this week and thought I should share it with the full council. Yeah, I'm like, I saw that in my inbox. I'm like, oh, weird. Okay. I forwarded it to the attorney. I figured I should show it to you guys too. And I did a Google search and stuff, fake personal. I found an original that verifies that they are customers. So that was interesting. Okay, shall we get started? Come say hi. Nice to meet you, Jennifer. You?
Jesse.
Hi, Joe. Nice to meet you.
Okay, Ms. Burns, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you being here today. We have about 55 minutes. So the way we structured the last interview, and we'll do this moving forward, is we'll kind of do a round robin and ask questions, but we want to leave time at the end for you to ask us questions as well, and then kind of wrap up any closing thoughts. So how does that sound? Okay, great. Well, to get us started, if you wouldn't mind just giving us a little bit about your background and then also sharing what interested you in applying for the position.
Familiar with the area that I'm from. Probably our biggest claim to fame is it's close to Dodge City. If anyone is into Westerns, that's that's probably the most famous place where by where I'm from. I started out in juvenile probation on the county side when I first began my career in local government. And I did budget and grants for that office and also carried a little bit of a caseload. Then from there, I went to the public sector for a few years, realized that it's a completely different world, a world that I was not very familiar with. So I went back to local government on the municipal side this time as the budget and grant analyst for the police department in Garden City, Kansas. There I managed an $11 million budget and we usually ran about 14 grants at a time. Did that for several years. Then I was promoted to assistant finance director for the city of Garden City. And I was with that city for a total of almost 11 years, at which time I became the assistant city administrator for Cimarron, Kansas. In that role, I really enjoyed it. It was a smaller community, much like Nisswa, where I did everything from utility billing. We had all utilities, in addition to the wastewater and, just kind of your standard things. So there were a lot of moving parts with that. I did everything from ordinance enforcement to, there were times where I would have to go out and read water meters or just kind of your day-to-day tasks that you never really knew what was going to occur. Just, took it one day at a time, did some economic development and really enjoyed that role. And while I was there, the city administrator resigned and the council had offered me the city administrator position. However, in Kansas, there was a residency or they could actually enforce the residency requirements. And at that time, I was living in a different community. And we had always talked about moving to Minnesota at some point. We've been talking about it for 15 years. And so it was kind of one of those things that was a little sooner than we had anticipated, but, it was either we move 30 miles and, or we make the really big move and move 15 hours away from Southwest Kansas. So I opted for the really big move and went to the city of Owatonna where I was the finance director there. And I'm not sure how familiar you are with Owatonna, but they have a lot of moving parts right now. A lot of projects in the works, a lot of infrastructure. looking at a pretty big police and fire facility in the upcoming years. So got very well versed on the bonding process and managing debt. And then in December, we found out that we kind of needed to be closer to this area. And this position came up, and I don't ever, just apply at places. These are big positions that require a lot of thought and knowledge of the area. And so, we came up and visited, and the weekend that we were here, it was in January and it was snowing, and there were people out shopping. The stores were all full. It just seemed like a very inviting, welcoming community. And, I'm looking for something very long term. Not a big fan of moving. That last move was a big one. So, looking for a place to land, and we are definitely not metro area people. We're looking for the smaller, more, hometown environment, and feels like this is a good fit for that.
Very good, thank you. We'll go to Councilmember London.
What do you know about our community?
Well, I know that, being on the finance side of things, first thing that I looked at was, where your revenue comes from, which is primarily tourism, from what I gathered, with quite a few tourists every year. I did see that, with that, you don't receive local government aid from the state. So, that's kind of a double-edged sword for some communities, especially when that's being looked at on an annual basis as a possibility to be cut. So it's nice to see that you're not dependent on those funds. It is, there's a lot to offer as far as families. I noticed there's a lot of, different kids activities between here, Brainerd, Baxter, and the resorts. We did stay at one of those last night to get a feel for, we wanted to get the whole experience. So aside from that, I know that it looks like you've got some projects coming up, street projects. If what I read was correct, look like those are slated, possibly some bonding with that. And I know last week you kind of entertained the idea of either economic development or authority or committee. So it looks like there's a lot of potential for growth, a lot of moving parts, and it seems like, pretty active, involved community from what I've seen on the council meeting, that have been televised. It looks like you have a pretty good turnout for those meetings and a lot of citizen involvement. So that's good to see.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fraley?
What is your approach to dealing with difficult people?
Well, it's kind of one of those things, the older I get, they always say the older you get, the wiser you get. I have learned through trial and error that, everybody is entitled to their own opinion. A lot of times there is, a solid base for their stance on whatever the issue is. It's important to let everybody's voice be heard and just get a feel from where they're coming from. One of the things that we had talked about in the meetings that we had this morning with staff, I dealt with a city mayor who we were on the utility side. We needed a generator to meet capacity for our electric side. He was pretty adamant that this generator was going to go in the middle of a cul-de-sac in our town. And he felt like this was a good, reasonable place to put this generator, which anybody who knows anything about generators, which I am definitely not well versed on them, but they're very loud and they're probably not something you want in the middle of a neighborhood. But in talking to him, I learned, his reasoning for that is it was city-owned property that was available. It met the size requirements, and he felt like that was a good place for it. So, hearing him out and then going to the subject matter experts, which was our public works director, I visited with him and said, okay, we need to come up with some alternatives, and we need reasons why this is probably not the best fit for it. And, we can't just go with nope, that's not going to work. We need to take a solution along with us when we meet with the mayor. So that's what we did, and just kind of came to a common ground. It is, it's going to arise in local government. It always does. No, no town is drama free. So it's best to, just kind of understand that at the end of the day, we're all trying to accomplish the same goal, which is serve the community and be fiscally responsible. So, those are, as long as everybody's got the same end goal, we can come to a common ground.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hall had to jump out, so
Oh.
Councilmember Zahn is going to ask his question and
Okay.
then the question that Councilmember Zahn had as well.
All right. All right.
So you get 2 questions with it.
Okay.
First one of the 2 is how would you develop a long-range plan for this community?
Well, I think strategic planning is very important. It serves as your roadmap for what projects you have, and it also kind of helps you determine what you can afford when, and you're not reaching a point, infrastructure has a lifespan, and you've got to keep up on that maintenance. And so developing that plan is going to help you strategize how to pay for projects when, and that way you don't have the crisis of this road's failing, we need new sidewalks here, or sewer lines need to be replaced, that kind of thing. It's important to every aspect, trails, every area within the city needs to be addressed within that strategic plan, where you can say, okay, 2027, this is what we're going to tackle. Now, whether or not that actually happens, because things do change, but at least it gives you a guidebook of what needs to happen when.
Good. Thank you for that. The next question will be, tell us about your experience with economic development.
So in Owatonna, we actually have 27, or there are 27 TIF districts right now, which is probably the most per capita in the state of Minnesota. A lot of those were in place when I began, but with the city of Cimarron, there were some projects that I was pretty excited about as far as economic development. Being out in a rural agriculture community, it was very hard to entice new businesses to come to that area. And what we were seeing was the Main Street area was starting to dwindle down, and we actually had a 26,000 square foot building that just sat vacant. And so one of my projects was to figure out what we were going to do with this building in the middle of town. And the owner had actually turned it over to the city. So first thing that we looked at was like a business incubator, which I'm sure you're all familiar with that. Just kind of an area, that allowed local entrepreneurs, small business owners to branch out, see if, they wanted to do bricks and mortar, or, if they were okay with just kind of the online or the smaller little like vendor fairs. Another option that we looked at, it was a pretty good sized building, obviously. So, we looked at anything from a bowling alley to a multi-use office space. I did work with an architect to kind of come up with some plans on that. Ultimately, it ended up a local attorney had decided he wanted the property and made it into rentable office space. But, along with that, he was from the community, he was invested in the community, he already had other businesses there. But looking at tax abatements, different options if necessary, that was something that we'd explored. I had also worked with a renewable energy plant that was looking to relocate to the county, and, getting with the county, getting with your commissioners, councils, everybody, all the parties involved, to see what kind of package we could offer without it being a burden on the taxpayers, on the city, on the county, and learning more about what that business would bring to the community was, key in the beginning stages. And, and it's exciting when it comes through. Sometimes it falls through, or, they change their mind and decide to go someplace else. But, it's a lot of legwork when it comes to economic development, but the payoff is definitely worth it.
Quick follow-up.
Yeah, go for it.
Off scripted, did that renewable energy project end up happening?
Unfortunately, it was stalled because the county did not want to offer the tax abatement, and they had, the business had just purchased the land, and it was one of those things where I didn't get to see it until the, through the process before I moved to Minnesota. But last I had known, they were still wanting to plug ahead with the project. It just a few hurdles that they, were needing to iron out with the county. So I haven't looked in the last couple months, but I know it was a long drawn out process. So
I know how it goes.
Yeah.
I'm in the renewable energy industry.
oh, okay, yes. So
Yeah, so I can imagine what the project was.
yes.
Thanks.
Quick follow-up too to that, the EDA. So does Austin, the city of Austin have an EDA or an EDC?
We have a port authority.
Oh,
So
port
yes,
authority.
and I'm sorry, I left that out. of
Yeah, no,
my-
that's okay.
my background. I didn't mean to gloss over Austin. That is actually where I am currently at.
Yeah.
And yes, and we have a port authority, which is similar to an EDA. And I am the treasurer for that. And, we meet on a regular basis, monthly basis. And, the function is still the same. You're just trying to figure out how to build your community and entice new business owners while you keep what you've already got. So.
No, thank you. My mom grew up in Austin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, the next question here is, what do you need from the city council? What would you need from us to be successful if you were to come into this position?
I think as with any position, the request is simple, just clear, direct communication. Let me know what your expectations are. Let me know, if I'm doing something you don't like, what you would like to see done differently, just that face to face, or, whichever is easiest, but communication. So that way I know, we're all on the same page, and, just, I've got thick skin. So if I'm not taking things in the direction you want to see them go, hey, maybe you look at this, and, I'm definitely open to suggestions. And, you're serving all of, the citizens, so you have the biggest voice here, and it's my job as a city administrator to make sure things happen the way that they are expected to happen. So just the clear, direct communication is preferred.
Thank you. Councilmember London, next question.
What do you believe you'd bring to the position that others may not?
I think, and some of it kind of stems from my time in juvenile probation, where you learn everybody's different, everybody's coming from a different background, leniency, understanding, compassion is important. We're in the service industry, working in local government, you're here to serve the people. And, knowing at the end of the day that your job is impacting everyone, hopefully in a positive way, that's the primary goal. But I think, I have failed on some projects. I have, put my foot in my mouth in others. And I think learning from those mistakes and moving forward and realizing, hey, maybe this time around we try something different. I think being open-minded and just understanding of, other people we're all traveling this road together, and we need to do it as a team.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Fraley.
How would you establish good communication and information flow from the council to staff and staff to the council?
So I had this question earlier, and it might sound a little redundant, but I am a big fan of face-to-face communication and just keeping it simple and direct. And what I have done in the past with council is, you meet, you discuss what the expectations are, what the projects are, what the concerns are, and then relay that to directors and city staff in a professional manner. Sometimes conversations can get heated or personal feelings can get involved. So kind of serving as both a buffer and liaison between the employees and the council, but making sure the message is delivered as it should be. I also, this is kind of the redundancy side, Any important conversations, meetings, anything where there is a delegation of duty or discussion of a major project, I do like to go back and summarize that in an email, not like a dissertation, but, these are the bullet points. This is who's handling what. That way it's in writing, we've got it on record, and we know, things happen, life happens. You've got a million things going on from day to day. So, a lot of the communications that I have, I like to summarize and just get them in writing so that way I can go back and reference it and make sure that we've covered all the basis and nothing was overlooked.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Zahn's going to do 2 questions again.
Give us an example of conflict with staff and potentially council and how it was resolved.
Well, so this goes back to my time as an assistant finance director in Garden City. We had utility billing clerks, and in that role, it was an entry-level position. And we had different people in different stages in their career coming into those roles. So a lot of different viewpoints, and you're working side by side with citizens who may or may not be having a good day, I guess, to, it's sometimes tension was high and, that in turn makes the job a lot harder if you're dealing with upset customers and citizens. So we had a few issues arise with those clerks. And, it was one of those things, first of all, it's important to understand both sides of the story. So, if clerk A came in and had a complaint about clerk B, obviously I would hear out clerk A and then have clerk B come in. And the situation that comes to mind the most is, it was kind of a personality issue. We had one that had a little more seniority than the other. And it was just kind of a lot of issues surrounding, it was a lot of nitpicking is what kind of ended up happening, where this new clerk didn't really intend to do anything wrong, but might not have had the initial tools and resources he needed to do his job the way, that fell in line with maybe what the lead clerk thought. So what we ended up doing was, what it boiled down to is, it was a complaint about customer service. It was a complaint, not answering the phones on time, not sounding professional, that just basic customer service things. So what I identified as the problem was, obviously customer service. And what we ended up doing was just kind of a mini, I want to say, boot camp type meeting. It was a component of our weekly meetings where we just kind of sat down and said, hey, as a refresher, when the phone rings, this is who's doing what and who's responsible this day, or, they'd rotate on the phones, that kind of thing. But just kind of having an open dialogue with everybody that was involved and, not making it a session for everybody to air out their grievances. It was more of, this is what we're trying to accomplish and this is how we're going to do it. And these are the key players. And it worked a whole lot better than, calling somebody in and saying, she said this, he said that. And, and it kind of bolstered a more team atmosphere after that, because it kind of gave everybody, they had a stake in the game and they were able to put in some input, and it wasn't targeted at one person in particular since it was the whole group. So, I think you can kind of collaborate and get creative with some of the conflict resolution and get everybody on board.
Thank you. Thank you. Next question I have for you is, how can an administrator maintain positive relationships with citizens, business, and staff when delivering unpopular news?
Well, I think every city administrator is going to deliver unpopular news probably more often than popular news. So I think there's an education piece to it, which is something that we're running into, in Owatonna and Austin, and I'm sure it's every other community. Levies are not going down. Everybody's, the cost of goods is skyrocketing, and you've got, expenses and nothing is getting cheaper. So, I think educating the citizens is probably the most important thing. And, not just saying, this is what we're looking at, this is what we have to do, that's it, take it or leave it. That's not the right approach. Having open meetings, having town hall meetings. Social media is a big thing. I'm not sure so much here, but, some communities, I know, you've got social media as an outlet as well. But, just communicating the why behind what's going on can go a long ways. I know if, if it's a levy increase, it's explaining, okay, we are asking for more funds this year, but it's going to give us these streets, these street projects, or, you're going to actually see something within the community that's improved by these funds. So I think, just explaining it, not saying, yeah, we just need more money because we're local government and that's what we do. I think making sure everyone understands, and if that means boots on the ground, going, visiting with store owners, stopping in. When I was in Cimarron, I tried to make a point to just kind of swing by some of the businesses and just get a feel for what was going on. And, you can hear a lot in coffee shops and you can hear a lot in restaurants, and just kind of taking that and, being approachable and hearing out the citizens is really the biggest piece to this role.
Thank you.
Okay, the next question is, what do you expect from employees that direct report to you? And what can they expect from you as a manager and leader?
So I think, and I caught this morning when we met with the directors and staff, these are not always the highest paying roles. Local government is not known, for being a glamorous position. Usually the people that you find in these roles are passionate about what they do, and they're doing it because they're invested in the community and they want to help the citizens. So, my biggest ask of anybody in local government is, show that you're passionate about it, number one, and, that we all have the same goal of, at the end of the day, you did something good for a neighbor or friend, and, you did something to improve the community. And I think as the city administrator, your role is to make sure that they have the tools needed to accomplish those goals. And, if you need to get out there with them and help out, I mean, I am by no means well versed on wastewater treatment and things like that, but we're all trying to get things up and running and make sure we have just the basic necessities and maybe a few nice trails and parks for everybody to enjoy. And, really, I guess my biggest ask is, of myself and employees, just be passionate about what you do. And, as long as you're in it for the citizens, that's really the biggest thing.
Thank you. Bruce. Councilmember London, you are next.
If you were selected as a city administrator, how would you spend your first month in the position?
So first month would be it's going to be hectic, of course. I think, prior to starting, it's important to get the groundwork, and just kind of review budgets, review what's been proposed, requested in the past, those kind of things. Get that, before you even enter the office the first day. And then, of course, you want to get to know all of your staff, and which I think a lot of them were present today, and, open a dialogue with everybody, make them feel comfortable approaching you, because a lot of times, and especially when this position has been vacant for a while, there are still needs that I'm sure have not been met. So I'm sure everybody has concerns, questions, things that they need to address. So it's important to get to know the employees, what it is that they need to keep going. Coming up on the busy season with, spring and summer right around the corner. There is a lot going on, I'm sure. So just kind of getting a feel for everybody. I do like to do ride-alongs, go with the public works people, get a feel for what their projects look like. You know, it's one thing to talk about them and another thing to actually see them and see everybody in action. You know, go with the parks people a day, maybe, you know, police, fire, just it's seeing the employees actually engage with the community and do the tasks is pretty vital to understanding what their role is. And then, you know, when it comes to community engagement, it's important to get to know your business owners and, you know, walk up and down the streets, kind of informally introduce yourself, get to know everybody and, you know, understand what the concerns are. And I know from previous experience, once you do that, whether you are soliciting information or not, a lot of times you will get everything you need to know by just going in and introducing yourself and you know, letting the business owners or the homeowners take the lead in the conversation and tell you what it is that they expect.
Thank you.
Last question that I'll have from Councilmember Hall
Okay.
is, what are your top 2 or 3 things regarding Nisswa that you have researched that you would like to address?
Well, the tourism thing is, it's a very neat aspect, but I am assuming along with that comes, you know, added pressure on Parks and Rec and our utility side, you know, parking is probably a challenge, I would guess, in the summertime. How, you know, I guess what resources those 2 particular departments and well, and police and fire too, you know, what they would need to make it less stressful on their, you know, their departments. Because I'm sure, you know, when your population drastically increases almost overnight and is sustained that way for several months, you know, it's definitely a burden. So that's kind of a new thing that I would not be real familiar with. And then the second thing, you know, and it's a very minor thing, but it's something that I have found every place that I have been, and it kind of becomes a time-consuming task, is the registration for ATVs and side-by-sides and, you know, those kind of things on your public streets. I'm guessing, judging by the street signs, you've got that process streamlined and figured out, but those are kind of the 2 areas that I know, you know, could be a little challenging, I guess, if you don't have them completely ironed out.
Thank you.
Perfect. We're a little bit ahead of schedule with
Oh,
you.
okay.
So I don't know if unorthodox is the right word, but I know originally when we were planning these interviews, there was going to be a public session, like a public meet and greet the night before, and that kind of went away to condense everything into one day here. But we have 2 residents in the audience that are highly engaged with our city. They follow along on a lot of issues. They attend a lot of our meetings, a lot of the committees and commissions, and I would just like to offer, if either of the gentlemen in the audience, Mr. Landers or Mr. Dewey, if you guys would have a question that you would like to ask, just to include and show how public participation is such a big part of what we do. And if you don't, it's okay too.
I don't really have a question, but as Mayor Carnahan has mentioned, I do like access. You know, if I have questions and things like that, if those questions could be answered well, I love that. You know, I love direct answers. And I don't know if this will help you or not, but with me, it would help me. I like direct answers, as short as possible. I'm a guy, I'm impatient sometimes. When it requires a long answer, I'm trying to be really patient. I've learned a lot from all the council members. I've been coming to several meetings and I've learned how to be more professional by watching them. And just thank you very much.
And that is Mr. Ron Dewey. He is a resident of Nisswa, owns his own business and,
Oh,
like I said, is highly engaged. And then the other gentleman here, would you like to come up? Oh, go ahead.
Well, and I think, you know, like what you said, direct communication with the citizens is important. And sometimes, which I'm sure everyone in local government is guilty of it, we get long-winded. And sometimes we get off topic and we like to talk about other projects and different things that might not be what you're looking for. But I'm one of those people, if I start going down a different road or not answering the question, you can cut me off and say, hey, just yes or no, or, and it's not going to hurt my feelings and I'm not going to take it home and dwell on it. So I think, sometimes we also forget that not everybody speaks local government either. So I like to, keep it as simple as and direct as possible.
There we go. Roger Landers. I've been a resident of the community for almost 40 years. And one of my big concern is planning and zoning, especially in a small town like this that wants to grow and make sure that we do it the proper way. So I'd like to know your experience with with planning and zoning issues.
Well, in Cimarron, we actually had a pretty sizable planning and zoning issue where there were some plots not noted correctly, I guess, in the on the county side. And we ended up with a house and I think it was a 3-car garage being built on city property that was not supposed to be there. And so we ended up going through, it was a very lengthy process. That house had actually been there about 20 years before anybody realized that it was not actually on the plot that it was supposed to be on. So, there was a lot of backtracking and a lot of expenses with that. So learned, that was very important to do it right the first time and make sure you have everything correct. One thing that I think some of the communities see, well, I mean, every community, housing is an issue. And there are a lot of communities, I know in Garden City where I came from, housing was very hard to find, affordable housing even harder to find. So the solution was inexpensive single-family homes built just side by side on very, very small lots. Some lots were lots that they cut up into 2 or 3 lots even. And then you get to a point where nobody has yard space. Everybody's kind of on top of each other. There is an art to it, and I know the planning department here can definitely speak more on that than I can. But you walk a fine line between trying to get in as much as you can in a small space and overdoing it. So making sure that, in an area like this isn't the metro area. I would assume most people want a little bit of privacy and some nice sized yards and a little space, and you don't want a gas station in your backyard. And, so it's just being cognizant of what you're placing where and making sure that it accommodates the growth that it needs to, and that you're not just throwing things in places because they might fit. So it's definitely challenging sometimes when you don't have a lot of land to work with, but there are options, and you just want to make sure that you explore everything thoroughly and don't just jump on the first contractor that says they'll put 50 houses on 25 lots. So that's probably the biggest thing.
Thank you. What questions do you have for us? What can we answer for you?
Well, I know that you have been without a city administrator for quite a while, and I'm sure that that nothing stops because the position is vacant. So I am sure that council has a lot of expectations going forward with this role. So I think probably my biggest question is, number one, time frame. What are you looking at as far as getting somebody in? And, what are your top priorities for the first month of this role? What do you see as being, the main fires that need to be put out, when someone is actually here and ready to get started?
Yeah, I'll take the time frame one first and then turn it over to the gentleman. But I think obviously we'd love to have someone here as soon as possible. And I think we do have time carved out today after the interviews for council to deliberate and discuss on, offers and whatnot, so that our partners at South Central can help us move forward with that. So that would be from a time frame perspective. Top priorities, anyone like to go first on that?
I'll start. So where do we start on the list? No, I am the parks liaison. I've got a passion for the parks, and I'm kind of a pain in the butt when it comes to it. We have, our parks needs to be replaced, playground, we're working into that, they're working on a fund, a grant through the DNR. But we have a lot of things that are priority, it's the parks, development of the land, road bonds, but in me, it would be, because parks is kind of going there, I think it would be road bonds, working on our road bonds. I mean, our costs went up, almost quadrupled for costs. So that's where I sit.
So that's all right. Yeah.
Too much information.
No, nope, that is good.
Oh, also, I'm, as Maggie will say, I'm very blunt in mine. Like Ron, I like very direct. Most people around here do like very direct and not the circle talk.
Yes.
So, that's where I am. All right, thank you.
Councilmember London, do you have anything you want to add?
No, she's doing fine.
Okay. Councilmember Zahn?
You are doing fine.
Yeah.
Very good. Something that's prevalent right now for us is we have interim city administrator / financial specialist in one position right now. I think it's obvious that any person coming into this position, whoever accepts the job, is going to be coming into a position where they're going to need to be quick on their feet and be able to roll up their sleeves and be what we call in my industry, the working foreman or forewoman, right? There's a bit of momentum with a few projects that's already been discussed, but just as a municipal, we're looking ahead beyond that as well. We have election cycle coming up too, where this could be a totally different council makeup in a few months.
Yeah.
So, really want to try to have a team player that's willing to learn this team, get to know this community, be able to intertwine as much as possible, and be that quarterback, as I've been saying for quite some time, and being as collaborative as you appear to be too, in most of your responses. I particularly appreciated your response in regards to what do you believe you bring to the position that others may not? I mean, I thought that response you gave was very humbling for you to put your ego aside and saying that I have made a mistake. Or you stated you made multiple mistakes regarding specific project or projects. We all make mistakes here too, but we're trying to move forward and have somebody be the quarterback of this great group of people that have been here for many, many years and have seen the city grow quite a bit. Definitely post 2020 when COVID, a lot of people like to work at their laptop with a lake view. Can't blame them.
Yeah.
But that means that our resources here get strained, and there's a lot of moving pieces for a 18.36 square mile town like this, where half of it's land.
Yes.
Yeah. So, nothing more.
Okay, perfect. And I had shared this with the last interview as well, but you had mentioned this in your interview, having a good strategic lens, being able to put together a strategic plan. We have one for the city of Nisswa in place, and that really should be kind of the guidebook and the framework for how we all move forward as a city. But that was developed before maybe everybody was here, and so there are differing perspectives on it, and sometimes that can cause confusion. So to have a really strong strategic steward with that experience, I think is important as well.
Yes, yeah, and I think, every municipality does it differently, but I think your budget season is a good time to also, I mean, you can tag team it with a strategic plan and your budget, because that's when all the projects come up, and then, that kind of gives you your outline of what you need to put in your strategic plan. And, like we mentioned earlier, it changes every day, pretty much. You could probably come up with a different plan, but you do the 5-year strategic plan, and more than likely they, after a year, it's going to change, but at least it gives you something to go off of.
Do you have other questions for us?
I think that is it. I know I am right before lunch and I don't want to hold anybody's lunch up. So
Yeah.
I don't, I know that is a short time frame and you've got a couple other interviews this afternoon and I don't want to cut into that. So I'm very excited to be here. I thank you for inviting me to come and interview and it's a beautiful community. It's a nice town and I've definitely enjoyed my visit here and getting to know a few of the locals and it's an exciting opportunity.
Thank you. And I apologize. I just have one last question.
Yes.
So I just noticed that at your current position and then the past two, you were there just about a year. And I did just want to ask about that because I do think one of the most important things for the city of Nisswa moving forward is stability and having someone,
Yes.
that will commit to being here because there has been a lot of transition and looking at the opportunities for the city moving forward. Like I mentioned, it's stability, but that would survive, any changes on council with elections coming up and always put the core, priorities of the residents and the taxpayers at the heart of everything the city does, no matter who's sitting up here, no matter who's in the staff positions, but to have that kind of tenureship, if that makes sense.
Yes, no, that does, and I should have addressed that earlier in my introduction. So I went to Owatonna, and like I had mentioned, it was a bit of a struggle with the amount of moving parts that I came into, and then there was a new administrator, new assistant administrator, a lot of changes that occurred, and these projects that are moving forward. As the finance director, I did not necessarily, I don't want to say I was uncomfortable with moving forward with them. It was just definitely a difficult thing to navigate where you're looking at best case scenario, 27% levy increase in the upcoming year when had already hit them with the 13% increase for 2026. And, if you can't talk through the project in a way that makes it understandable, then I mean, it was difficult for me to articulate what all the parts were and not to get too deep in the weeds, but it had a lot of moving parts. Some of them were very hard for the citizens to understand. It was very hard for the city staff to understand. There were a lot of unanswered questions. And to be the primary person issuing $63 million in debt, if I can't fully understand it and articulate it in a way that makes sense, I don't know if I was the right fit for that. So in December, I went to the city of Austin, which was, it was kind of the total opposite. They actually don't have debt other than their wastewater treatment facility. So it was very refreshing to walk into that and very conservative budget. After I had accepted the position, we found out that we had some family issues that we needed to address that are in the Little Falls area. And so it was kind of one of those things, really, really bad timing. So, if I had kind of waited, stuck it out a little bit with Owatonna, it wouldn't have been quite such a crazy time frame. But we are looking at, this is closer to where we need to be. And, I don't plan on leaving once we get set up. I made that huge move one time and outside, I told the group this morning, it's like outside of moving out of my parents' house and college and getting set up in my house in Kansas, I was there for a long time. And then when I came here, I remind, it was a good reminder that moving is not fun and which is not the only reason, but I'm looking for a place where I've got kids, middle school, high school age that, they need that stability. They need to have a landing spot that they can call home. And this definitely feels like it would fit, our family and our activities that we like to do. And, I'm not looking for just a stepping stone or, I don't plan on being a short timer.
Thank
Well-
you.
Well, hopefully your kids play hockey.
Yeah, I'm, yeah,
Yeah.
yes. We've got to work on that, yeah.
Do you have any final closing remarks for council?
I don't think so. I think that covers it. And you guys have a very, very long day with 2 meetings and the rest of the interviews. And, you know, it was really nice getting to know the staff this morning. That was a really great interview setup. It was fun to learn more about everybody, and I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for taking the time with us. We
Thank you.
appreciate it. We can take a break for lunch, and then if council can plan to be back here, our next interview is at 1:30. Great, thank you. Yeah. So, I wanted to ask you. Yeah, well,
we wait a few more minutes.
I think we can get started. He'll join when he gets here.
Before my father died, we had one.
Oh, you did, you
It
saw
was-
that?
It wasn't a jet, it was a plane, it was a pallet plane. What it cost them, oh, it's just, it's not like.
I'll take that box.
Yep.
Thank you.
See, yes, it's a jet.
John, nice to meet you. All right, if everybody's ready, we will get started here. Mr. Jackson, thank you for joining us. We
Yes, ma'am.
appreciate your time. So what we'll do for the interview today is each of the council, we've got some questions we'll ask, and then we want to make sure we leave ample time at the end for you to ask any questions you have of us, and then,
Yes, ma'am.
to make any closing that you might like to.
Sure.
But before we get started with the questions, would love to just get a little bit of information on your background and then what interested you in applying for this position.
Okay, so first question, given that we're on microphones, is this a public session or a closed session right now?
Oh, this is a public session.
This is a public session?
Yes.
Okay. Background on me, grew up on a farm in eastern North Carolina, integrated ag operation. We did chickens, hogs, tilapia, and cattle. So with the southern accent, you can tell I'm definitely not a Midwesterner by birth.
I was gonna say, that's like a southeastern accent.
Yes,
Right in
so
south.
no, not at all. Went to East Carolina University, graduated in 2007. As you all might recall, there was sort of some economic calamity going on about that time. And as a consequence, municipal governments and state governments were not making, vast hiring decisions at that point. So I happened to find a position teaching in a relatively small rural school, being uniquely qualified in science and social studies to hold those licenses at the state level. Taught a total of about 5.5 years, coached swimming during that time. So I did physics, physical science, earth and environmental science, anatomy and physiology, civics and economics. So broad scope of studies. And all the while was attempting to gain some traction in state and local government. So for a time, I served as an elected soil and water conservation supervisor in Pitt County, North Carolina. Was on a plan commission for a county plan commission for a few years, population about 80,000, and eventually sat down with a local government administrator in Fremont, North Carolina, which is also my hometown. His name is Kerry McDuffie. He's a lifelong mentor of mine, and just said I would like an opportunity to maybe cut my teeth in local government. So he created an internship for me on an unpaid basis. After about 6 months, me putting out a couple hundred resumes and not getting a single call back, I sat down with Carrie again and said, Carrie, this experience thing, I'm not really sure how you're supposed to go about getting it if no one will give you a job. So could we change my title and change my duties? So I became the unpaid assistant administrator for the town of Fremont, working on whatever needed to be worked on for that community, including planning and zoning work. Got my first job in Exmoor, Virginia, as a town manager. Full time, and that was an interesting place. Since we are in public session, I'm going to hold the stories and say that I had a good deal of financial cleanup to perform within that community. The way that the community was making payroll at the time was to take personal loans from board members to make payroll for the staff, and then when taxes were paid or utility bills were paid, the board members would be personally paid back for that. It was the second poorest community in the state of Virginia at the time. Chesapeake Bay on one side, Atlantic Ocean on the other. We had homes that had dirt floors and pitcher pump wells and outhouses. So I had an opportunity to see what natural beauty had the opportunity to bring in and didn't. I left there and went to Sister Bay, Wisconsin, very similar to Nisswa, one of the most wealthy communities in Wisconsin, so on the northern tip of the Door Peninsula, and really had an opportunity to manage what you might think of as a resort community with a heavy tourism emphasis. had water, sewer, streets, parks, rec, planning and zoning. I served as planning and zoning director as well as economic development director for the community. While there, I sat as the board's appointee for the Tourism Zone Commission, which is the county room tax. Even though room tax is implemented at the local level, it's collected at the county level, remitted to the Convention Bureau for promotion purposes. Also sat on the Door County Economic Development Corporation Board of Directors, worked on their revolving loan program, redid the entire downtown of Sister Bay. So hotel development, restaurant development, if it has to do with economic development, I've probably touched it within that community, including a kind of a unique partnership between a bank that went through a consolidation, the Technical College District, and the Village of Sister Bay to create a multi-purpose makerspace that included Fab Lab components as well as a food-based incubator for food-based startups. So I've got a pretty broad gamut of economic development experience on a tourism-based economy from that. 2.5 million annual visitors in Sister Bay. So unique community in that regard. Left there to go to Waterford. They hired me largely because of that background in Sister Bay. About 100 years ago, they had been a tourism-based community, and they really wanted to, in many respects, return to their roots with a walkable downtown that featured a number of park amenities. So yet again, a state highway reconstruction project for WISDOT 2083, as well as the Main Street. Some unique economic development opportunities there, doing a mixed-use industrial park and business park, what I would call an office park for a medical office district, and a number of housing projects, including mixed-use development that the village itself funded and paid for in partnership with the developer. So lots of economic development experience, lots of reorganization experience, change management, all the fun things that come along with managing a community of 6,000 people, roughly.
And then, oh, sorry. And then the second part is what attracted you to, want to apply for this
Yeah.
position?
So from a personal standpoint, there's a personal professional answer to that. The personal answer is I have an ex-wife whose father is 76 years old. He lives in the cities. She has accepted the job with the Met Council, would like to move back to be near dad. Dad had a PE some years ago, was on blood thinners, and lives on the side of a hill. So our fear is that at some point he's going to take a fall, being on Eliquist. He's going to bump his head, have a brain bleed, and that's going to be the end of it. So for what years he has left, she would like to be there with him. We have 2 children, and the plan would be, if I took this position, for us to relocate her to take that commute back and forth. The kids don't enroll in school here. Professionally, what I do is water-based communities that have a tourism focus, and that's you guys. So I'm interested in it because of the economy here.
Thank you. We'll start questions with Councilmember London.
Tell us what you know about our community.
By brief background, I took a run over to your Chamber of Commerce, met with Kelly, had an engaging conversation with her about your present business situation. It looks to me like your land use patterns are such that most of what would be in Wisconsin public resource in many instances are held in private hands. So your lakefront development areas appear substantially to be held by private property owners rather than in public trust. You seem to have a very robust boating economy and a lake life culture here, not dissimilar to many places in Wisconsin. I took the opportunity to test out some microspikes earlier and the gap between the morning interview and now. So took a hike on the Paul Bunyan Trail that looks like it was a lovely Rails to Trail program. It appears that the Chamber of Commerce building once upon a time was your train station or train depot, and you've done a good job of preserving some of those assets in your Settlers Park area. Diversified commercial business mix that appears to be tourism oriented. Your visitor guide is absolutely beautifully laid out. So kudos to the crew that does that. Your facilities look to be relatively well managed. I haven't dug super deep into your budget or your operations overall.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Fraley.
So I was just wanting to know, what is your approach to dealing with difficult people?
Depends on the person, sir, and the circumstance that I find myself in. So each of you right now is looking at me. As a paramedic, the first thing that we learn is engage the patient from a distance and ascertain what the patient's general mental status is. So what your eyes are doing, what your mouth is doing, your micro gesture, right there. So I'm constantly engaging facial affect display and determining how to respond to somebody based on that or based on the inflection and prosody that I would hear in their voice. So in other words, the scientific study of the very human element of how to engage with people.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Hall.
Along those lines, tell us about or give us an example of a time when you've had a conflict between yourself and other staff and how it was resolved.
So the unfortunate part about being in a public session is there are various agreements that your candidates may be signatories to. So I can give you about this much of a story that would be that big. There are times that staff make regrettable decisions, and as a consequence, I would need to involve labor attorneys or our general counsel to help pilot our way through that. Each and every time I'm going to engage the council in that conversation, generally speaking in executive session or one-on-one if appropriate. If there's a personnel committee in place, I would engage with that entity also and would do my best to make a written effort through documentation of whatever might come up.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Zahn.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, sir.
My question, sir, is, I'd like to know more about your experience with economic development.
What do you want to know, Jesse?
I want to know what you do, what you've done. How can you help us?
Yeah, so I think the first and foremost, free consulting, okay, take it for what it's worth. I haven't been through your zoning code, but my first step would be to go through your zoning code and determine if there are any barriers to economic development. You may have those embedded in your zoning code. Earlier, I was asked questions by the folks that run your liquor store about what my experience was with alcohol. There are two communities in the state of Wisconsin that have no open container ordinance. That's the village of Sister Bay and the village of Waterford, because I wrote both of them, because there's no reason that an adult that's responsible is not able to go out and have an open beverage in the community at large walking through a park. We want them to move back and forth between different businesses, particularly in a tourism-based economy. So this is very low-level stuff. Do your ordinances and codes reflect an environment that economic development is possible? Right. So number one, it really takes 5 things to go through economic development, depending upon the scale. Infrastructure is the second one. If you don't have the right electric, gas, water, sewer, telecom, all that stuff in place, only certain levels of economic development are going to be possible. I understand from talking to your planning director earlier that you do not have a water system. As a consequence, it's either going to be more expensive to do certain types of development, i.e. to meet state fire suppression codes, you will need cisterns and backup pumps. You have an ISO rating of 6, which is going to impact insurance rates across the community. There are some things that we could discuss if I was your administrator about how to address that with cross-staffing. Yeah, man,
That's good.
I've done it all.
That's good. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay, what do you expect from employees, as their manager and leader, and what could they expect from you?
In one word, I think that would be excellence. If I could add another word to that, it'd be cooperation. So the way that I practice city management is it's incumbent upon the residents to communicate with the council to develop a comprehensive plan, a capital plan, a comprehensive outdoor recreation plan, various codes and ordinances that govern the city. It's my job as the administrator to administer those codes and to work with the council to chunk that into an annual operating budget, 5-year capital plan, and a strategic work plan, and then work with the department heads within those various documents to make sure year by year we're consistently taking steps to add on to the percentage points of completion towards that comp plan, whether that's a 10-year comp plan or 20-year comp plan, whatever the time horizon is. So collaborative in general.
Thank you. Councilmember London.
What do you believe you'd bring to the position that others may not?
I'm not in your position, sir, to interview the other candidates. I've just read their bio. So it appears that you have a number of quality candidates to choose from, all of which have some background in city management. I think I may be the only one that has done tourism development in a substantial way or economic development in a substantial way from what I read. So I would offer you that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Fraley.
How would you establish good communications and information flow from the council to the staff, staff to the council?
So I'm going to describe that in terms of official and unofficial. Each of you will have a different preference for information at different times, or you may have different projects or items that you're more concerned about. It will take me some time to learn what that is, to describe the situation in Waterford and in Sister Bay. I had a village president when I was in Sister Bay who was a biomedical engineer by trade and was the I think vice president of Service Master International's biomedical engineering division through his career. The guy was a genius. I talked to him once a month. This would have been the equivalent of the mayor. It was only at a board meeting. The guy had such a high level understanding of everything going on that he could run the entire village in his sleep. Like one of the smartest men I've ever met. That would run over to other individuals. I have a trustee right now that we talk on the phone almost once a week, and it's just a back and forth of, hey, what's going on? And, you know, are there any big projects or development things happening? And so on the personal side of it, I'll work to learn each of your communication preferences. Is that email, text message, telephone call, and we'll work to collaborate on that. On the professional side of it, to make sure that information is flowing between the staff and me and those board members, or committee members, as it were. We do board reports in every community that I've worked in, so each department head is requested to generally be at the council meeting so they can convey information under a board report. Most of the time, that's a written document that's provided to the council. And then from time to time, we host meetings on various topics where there might be something of importance. For example, a street improvement project where a council member may live, you know, we'll involve them in that conversation to make sure that they're able to also reach out to their constituents within that affected area to engage in good constituent service.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Hall.
So you've mentioned you've done a little research of us here.
Yes, sir.
In your research of what you've done of Nisswa, what would you look at doing first or helping with the city? What do you see as maybe a couple of your top 2 or 3 items that you think should be addressed?
You have some image issues at the moment from the outside in. I've heard that as I've made my way around the community. So in terms of how the board communicates, I've been around long enough to know that everything I read online is not spot on. And certainly things that have been printed about me online are not spot on. We live in a news cycle where short-term emotional reactions to things are favored in algorithms as opposed to deep thinking and engagement of wisdom. So that's, I think we all have experienced that at some point. And, you know, my first move, Joe, would be to be really quiet for about 90 days and listen a lot to the folks in the community to figure out what they think is going on. And then I would deliver you a report back. You're only going to get one opportunity when you hire an administrator to hire somebody who's going to see everything with outside eyes. Things that I've seen just walking in. I'm not sure who's handling highway maintenance on the highway, if that's a county function or a state function or a local function, or who has that contract. But you have ice in deceleration lanes on turning movements. That's a problem in a tourism-based community. Like that shouldn't be there. Somebody should have addressed that. So I would deliver all of those items that I've observed back to you in report format and say, hey, these are things, let's talk about which ones to prioritize and which ones to de-emphasize because they're just not important. Everybody understands them as they are.
Okay.
Councilmember Zahn.
That was fantastic. How can an administrator maintain positive relationships with citizen, staff, council, from your perspective? What would you do?
So I'm going to go back to the answer I just gave, which is to listen. So leadership is, politics is the art of problem solving without violence, right? That's why we have politics to begin with. Otherwise, we would just beat each other up and take what we wanted, right? So there's a system of government that we have in place that allows us to reallocate resources in the community in a way that's responsive and responsible.
Let me add another level to that.
Sure.
What if it's unpopular news?
So I think that's what I'm talking about.
Same point.
Yeah. So ultimately, what I've done in each community I've gone into, and I've got the exact same standard form that I've used across 3 states. So it's a survey form that we send out to the residents. Every registered voter in every community that I've worked in gets one, and we do it every 2 years. And so what I'm asking is, do you trust the council? Do you think the council is competent? Do you think the council is serving your needs? There's a block of questions in there about the council and the committees. There's a block of questions in there about the staff. Do you trust the staff? Do you believe the staff is competent in their jobs? And then we go across the different departments and ask about police, fire, EMS, water, so all the different services. We ask what the residents' priorities are. No big secret. Every community that I've been in, and I think every community in America, says, keep my taxes low and fix my roads, right? No matter where you go, that's the gig. And it's ultimately upon you all to sometimes listen to what I have to say, to pull the levers to make things happen, right? It's your role to evaluate the political viability of the options that I and the staff would present. It's our job to manage the technical aspects of that, and it's you guys to have your finger on the pulse of what's going on. We have some tools to help you with that. So you can get a better gauge than maybe just the circle that you're in. Repeatedly in Waterford or Sister Bay and Exmoor, we would refer back to that community engagement survey when making decisions. The first time that I've done it in each community that I've been in, people, I think generally they give a high response rate overall, but the second time we send it out, we get a much higher response rate because people realize like, oh no, they do refer to the results in this thing in order to make decisions.
Is that paper and digital?
I've only done it on paper, and that's because there are concerns about people manipulating the survey, right? So we've actually stamped them and registered them back by address to make sure that you don't have one person going, for example, I really love the library. I'm going to go fill out 100 surveys and send them in order to goose the results one way or another. So, that's come up in past discussion.
You guys should have implemented survey ID or something like
Yeah, I've worked for councils a little more cost conscious and.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Can I just add a clarification? You had mentioned, kind of maybe your role to, I'll paraphrase, gather this information from the community, the public, and bring it back to us and present it.
Yes, sir.
Is that the way that you view the role, or do you view the role as also to us leading, presenting it to you for information from the community?
I'm not quite sure I understand that question. I'm going to take.
So meaning,
Okay.
Are you putting together stuff for us kind of as leading and for us to vote on? Or does the leadership start up here and come down to you and say, this is the direction we want to go as council in this city?
In my experience, it goes both ways.
Can you elaborate on that?
So I'll give you an example from this morning's conversation related to the issue of I&I, inflow and infiltration into your sewer system. So it's one of the questions that I ask in each and every community that I go in. So I&I is ultimately costly to a community. It costs you more money over the long run to manage the wastewater treatment side of your operation by not maintaining the pipes in the ground. Anything with an I&I rate over 5% is really a challenge. It's essentially money that you're flushing down the pipes. So that's something that is largely going to come up from civil engineering and staff monitoring of your assets. They're going to bring that forward and say, hey, we have an I&I issue. We identified it in this area. We've televised the pipe. And we would recommend you to, allocate funds in the budget to repair that pipe. So that's an example of a staff-driven thing that we would bring forward. An example in the other way is I just dealt with one related to the number of dogs that could be kept in a particular residence in the village of Waterford. It's limited to 3 by ordinance. It's an ordinance that's been on the books way before any of us that are in governance were employed or elected by the community. And so the council took it up as an item and ultimately didn't do anything about it, but they wanted to be responsive to the residents and a request that came in from a resident to evaluate that situation. Did that answer it? Maybe.
Oh, I was gonna just say, well,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say a follow-up to Councilmember Hall is I think, so I'm the newest one on the council, right? I was elected last year, so I'm just crossing a year.
Okay.
But I know when I came in new, and as I was campaigning, getting to know different folks on the council, like one of the things that I heard a lot is that at times previously, council might have felt in the dark
Okay.
about projects going on. For example, there was, it was called the Downtown Master Plan. And so it really was to kind of like maybe
Yep.
revision or look at connectivity, corridor studies, different things with our
Okay.
downtown Nisswa. I own 2 businesses down there, right? So, but it got to a point where I think some people on the council felt like they were totally in the dark on all of
Okay.
this. And then what ended up happening is business owners brought forward to council members engineering results that the
Okay.
downtown community was adamantly against. So then this council chamber was packed. But I think that's not the proper process of how it should happen, right?
Sure.
Council should never
Sure.
be in the dark until that last minute. They should have some kind of right? So I
Yep.
think maybe that's part of what
Okay.
Councilmember Hall's getting at too, of like,
Yeah, I'm just, just your philosophy on, if we want to take that, engaging in the citizens, the businesses and stuff, do you view your role as you're the one in the town, the community to gather that information and present it back to us? Or, as the community and stuff, and like myself, I've lived in this town my entire life, went to elementary school here.
Sure.
I know a lot of people,
Sure.
and kind of like, hey, this is kind of the sense, the feeling of the town, the community, the business owners, here's kind of our objectives, you're delegated to execute them.
Yeah.
So, do you have a philosophy one way or the other on?
I would describe that a bit like a football game where you guys are the coaches and I'm the quarterback. So it's my job to run the plays. It's your job to call the plays. Uh, so, we can run it however you want to run it, I think is what I'm trying to say. So if what you want is for me not to have contact with the business owners or not to garner that, then I would need you to give me that as a clear instruction, right? Hey, we don't want you to do that. We want you to be a very passive administrator. And that's what we're looking for. And I'm capable of doing that. In the communities that I've worked in the past, that hasn't been what's desired, but I'm aware of communities that that's exactly how they operate, is the council's going to call every shot and the employees are there in a very passive way. So it's, you got to give me the instruction on how you want to run it.
good.
Mm.
Okay. Next question is, well, maybe this is kind of on in the same vein as that question, is what would you need from the city council to be successful as a city administrator?
Clear direction. Yeah, I mean, it's a question of how much autonomy you want a city administrator to have. If you want a city administrator to function more like a clerk, I think you have a capable clerk over here, right? She's doing stuff. If what you want is something that moves more, towards the manager role, then, you would need to communicate that. Right now, you're organized under Chapter 412 Plan A, right? So it's sort of a CAO position. And then it's a question of how do you tune that up or tone that down, or tune that down? What's the preference of the council for that?
Thank
I
you.
think,
Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Fraley.
I just want to put 2 cents into just,
Yeah.
so I think mainly what we're looking for is a quarterback. I mean,
Yeah.
Member Zahn has made that clear too. Yeah, because, we basically say, yeah, this is how we want to go, and you're the one that does it, and you say, hey, if you think I'm stepping in the way and going to too many staff members, I want you to feel comfortable, tell me to go,
Yes, sir.
okay?
Yes, sir.
Because I think previously that may not have been done.
Okay.
That's where I stand. That's what I'm looking for. I think that's what most of us are looking for.
Fair enough.
Councilmember London, next question.
If you were selected as city administrator, how would you spend your first month in the position?
Earlier when I spoke on that one, I really would just listen a lot. In particular, the times that I moved across the state line, I have to reorient to every state level official. So that's your governor's office, your secretariat level positions, your general assembly reps, state senators, congressmen, senators, everybody at the county level that is a player in the game. So it takes quite a bit of time to do that just at those 2 levels of government. And it also takes time to go through the staff itself, get to know people and, how they prefer to do things. And then you're going to have key residents that want more or less access. In my experience, every time I step into one of these roles, everyone that's been told no for the last however many years is going to pop into my office and say, hey, could we talk about, whatever that thing is? And I'm going to politely listen and then report back to you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there was one question left, Councilmember Hall, you had skipped number 7.
Yep.
Yep.
How would you develop a long-range plan for the community?
The last one of those that I was a part of was for the village of Waterford. The way that we went about that was I made a proposal to council that we start out with a survey, and along with that, invite residents, business owners, whether they were a voter or not, or they were a stakeholder in the community of some kind, to come in. I did large format maps that we printed out and split the community up into groups. We held several different sessions where I gave a presentation that took what the council gave me as input for objectives, relayed all that to the community. Ultimately, the village president in this case did not want to spend money on having a consultant do this, so I brought in a couple of compatriots that were qualified in the area to assist me in writing the plan. I would love it if you would spring for a consultant to do that, just because it takes the workload off of me, but I'm capable of doing it internally. I had a local photographer take every map that utilized small group drawings for future land use plans and different survey results. We did some group consensus building through that, where we wrote out what the residents would like to see. They were instructed to discuss in small groups things they felt like the community was lacking in services or in businesses or in overall amenities. We posted those up on the wall. We went through a multiple iterative process to rank those, and then wrote up the plan to include all of that, presented that back to the community in those same group style meetings, had the public validate that. It went on to the plan commission and then the village board for adoption. So sort of a beginning with governance, ending with governance, with bookends on both ends of that. And then I've spent the last 8.5 years executing a 10-year plan. I would tell you the plan's basically done and it needs to go through that process again.
Any last questions for council? We've gone through all the questions we asked the other candidates. So we want to give time for you to ask us questions, but because we have a little more time left,
Sure.
what we did with our last interview is there's 2 members of the community, because there was supposed to be the meet and greet at the community center, which got canceled. There's 2 members of the community that are
Okay.
highly engaged with our city council meetings, our committee meetings, et cetera. They're both here today. I offered them the chance, just from a resident perspective, to ask our last candidate a question, and just want to offer it up to Mr. Dewey and Mr. Landers if you would like to ask as well in this interview. And I would just note that because we're following the guidelines, it should be the same question that you asked last time. Yeah. If you remember what you asked.
He's gonna. I know. Hey, because my concern is planning and zoning.
Okay.
And you've already expressed your concern, your experience with PZ, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in a small community like this, where it's a tourist, we got a lot of people that live here that's got, everybody wants to live here, but we only got so much land. Nisswa is about 40% underwater in the city limits, right? A lot of lakes. So from a planning perspective, how do you balance the issues that we're faced with?
So I'll use sort of a sailing analogy to that one, which is, pick a point on the horizon that you think is an accurate navigation point and sail towards it. I would submit that as I've made my way through your community, I think the single biggest vulnerability that you have is exposure to gasoline prices. It's the exact same vulnerability that Sister Bay had, and it's not something that's talked about enough. So your visitors and your not year-round residents are reliant upon petroleum-based vehicles to get up here. I haven't seen a single electric charging station incorporated into your infrastructure. Maybe some exist and I just can't find them. And I don't know that that's an end-all be-all. Every amenity that I've visited here is reliant substantially on a car to get around. So from an urban land use standpoint, you have some real challenges. You don't really have what I've noticed as a density of development. I think, if a long range like 30 or 50-year plan doesn't exist, I haven't seen it on the website. Maybe one's there and I just haven't seen it.
Mm-hmm.
But making sure that you're taking steps towards that long range plan and making sure the long range plan actually maps to the fiscal and resource reality that we find ourselves in.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Dewey.
Oh. Hello, Zeke. I often like to get information. Would you be available for me if you were city administrator to say, hey, Zeke, I'm looking for answers in regards to this? Would you be available to the public?
Yes, sir. Anytime.
Okay. And then could you just reiterate your briefly, I love your direct answers too. I love them, just input from one citizen.
Thank you, sir.
Could you just summarize again your like number of years of experience as a city administrator. And I was listening, but maybe I wasn't
Sure,
paying
I
enough
think that's
attention.
14. I'm just doing that off the top of my head. It's 14 or 15, something like that. And if you want to count the experience in government adjacent, that probably up to the 16 or 17. So non-city administrator, but urban planning or soil and water conservation. So things that are in the local government spheres. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson, what questions do you have for us? What can we answer?
Some of it you have answered. Where do you want to go as a council? Like what's the big picture, view of what you want to achieve?
I think I'll start. This is something that I brought up in the past two interviews, right? The city does have a strategic plan, or a comprehensive plan would be the better terminology. That was created, I think maybe, well, at least before I was on and maybe some of the others. And that's something that we had talked about as a council in different workshops over the past year of, do we want to revisit that comp plan and perhaps look at how might that shift or change with the council's input, right, to help give us that guidance and direction. Because at this point, I don't know if you said it in this interview, but because council members are liaisons on different committees, they might have, you know, kind of a more focus on their right, but then we need to have that overarching strategic and comp plan to tie everything together. I'll let the other council members chime in. I don't know if you want to go first, Councilmember Fraley?
Where we want to see the council going, what we want to see accomplished.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, we've got a lot of things on the table right now. I mean, we've got the parks which are being redone. A couple of things with that. We've got to look at community center. I think that my thing for looking down the future, because you always have to look at that 15, 20 years, is the property that we purchased. How are we going to get that developed? How are we going to go?
The 71 acre piece.
Correct.
Okay. Yes, sir.
And they like, well, we got half of the property for less than half of what they originally put it up for. But how are we going to develop that? Where are we going to go? We're working right now of looking at EDA. So that's where I see. But yes, and that will come in with the strategic plan, which are in the comp plan also that we've been wanting to take a look at too. I just want to say, I know you said something about ordinances. Yes, we've been going through the ordinances because like when I came back to the area, my wife's family's been here for over 100 years. When I came back, I wanted to do something on my property and they said, go ahead. Well, wait a minute, there has to be an ordinance there. So we've been trying to go through those, but yes, that will help. And we do have some issues with ordinances on that piece of property too. So
Okay.
that's where we have to look at.
Do you use PCD here? Planned Community Development? Does that ring a
No.
bell with anybody?
Oh,
Do you all use development agreements here?
both,
Yes.
both, depending upon what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
They can be done a few different ways.
Okay.
Councilmember London.
The tourism's a big draw for Nisswa, and, you know, we want to try to maintain that. We've got some competition in the area and, develop it the best we can and, you know, take good care of our local people as well.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Zahn.
Where to start? I guess to summarize with you, Zeke, it's just trying to have a unified vision from this council out to the community, out with the staff, getting some sense of peace, some calm, progress, not for the sake of progress, but let's get some shit done.
Okay.
We have a lot of good things moving behind this community. This community's rich in many ways in history and culture and with its resources, land and water. It's very desired and sought after. Yahoo made an article in 20 or 21, top 5 places to work from home. Sure wish they didn't do that because our taxes have gone up because of it. Love to find that author of that article and show them how I really feel. But it's a testament though too.
Okay.
So we need some stout leadership in this team. Use quarterback analogy. I've been using that for the last few months. That's probably why Mark brought that up. We do. We have the general manager / owners is the residents of the city.
Right.
We're the coaches, sure, but we all wear different hats, and we need that quarterback to be able to help our real strong team that we still have here right now. Want to keep them intact and get them as much support as possible because they deserve that to their job.
Yes, sir.
And that's all that our role should be, is providing vision, not working in the business, but on the business.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Councilmember Hall.
Yeah, I think, you know, to tie in with what Jesse said a little bit and a little history, you know, Nisswa's a unique town, a small town, tourism, you know, a lot of people have been here a long time. There is, a lot of pride in the way the town looks, function, operates currently.
Yep.
And there's not, I would say, an overarching motivation to change that, which I would agree to. You know, I love this little town. We got the best elementary school and, you know, great resorts and tourism. However, with that, there have been maybe past councils that haven't, spent, maybe enough time looking ahead into the future on what do we need to do, not to change the town, but to keep it current with, you know, changing times, like Jesse said, the bigger influx of the people. And so to balance the two, keep the charm, keep what Nisswa represents, but also integrate it with, current times
Yes, sir.
and look for, you know, drive the bus looking forward more than looking backwards. And that hasn't always traditionally operated and been done in this community, so.
I appreciate that.
What other questions do you have?
On a per month basis, just from each of you, how much time do you estimate that you spend on council business personally?
What a phenomenal question. No,
Varies
yes,
by the
never
month.
asked us that before.
No, so the
It's a
reason I'm
great
asking the question is really on a question from Joe earlier. So I've worked for communities where my council members did not read the packets. I mean, these are voluminous packets. They show up at the meeting and
they are.
That's happened in the past.
I
So-
mean, if you're around tonight, we have one tonight. This
Yeah,
is,
that's
this is
accurate.
tonight's, this is, I would say.
We've
pretty
had them
light.
this thick and,
Yeah.
and I
Pretty
would
light.
say, yeah. No, I mean, in the past,
Why don't you answer? How long do you spend a month?
say again?
How much time do you spend a month working on city council related activity?
More than I ever thought I would.
Okay.
I am the liaison with Parks, so I think I have a rather good working relationship with the department head. I spend a lot of time with her, going over things, how are things coming up. If I have questions on certain things, I do come in and talk to the different department heads on things that are going, how are they doing? You know, this is coming up, how's that going? And then with the packets, I usually pick those up because they're usually ready Thursday night. I try and get them Thursday night and I go through them. If I have any questions, Friday morning, I usually reach out for the question on that. And then I also reread it over the weekend.
Okay.
So I'm prepared. So I spend more time than I ever thought I would.
It's a good answer.
Councilmember London?
Nothing.
Oh,
Good.
just how much time you spend on city council business was the question.
You know, when I get my packet, I like to look over it and, you know, see what's in there so I can be prepared for the meetings and that. And, I think it's very helpful to come here and be prepared and know what to expect and that, and just kind of look at the agenda and so forth.
Councilmember Hall?
So I'm also a business owner in town. Depends upon the week. Some weeks I spend more time on city council stuff than I do my own business stuff. I would say that it has to do with, you know, truly what the current state of the drama is in the town at
Sure.
a certain week or a time period, what the certain hot topics are. In this town, seems like it doesn't matter what the topic is. There's the same group of people that have an issue with every topic
Sure.
and what needs dealt with that group of people. We have excellent staff, that, do a phenomenal job at their job. Sometimes that can hinder or overwhelm them even. So trying to give them support, during these times or controversial things that may come up town, with like, hey, this is what's going on. I think, yeah, the amount of time, I'll give whatever time is needed and whatever I can give to the town. I'm not going anywhere, you know?
Yes, sir.
I joined the council, not because it was a well-oiled machine, but because it was the opposite. And it's like, enough's enough. And so I'm here to, be committed to get it going in a better direction. And whatever time it takes, that's what it takes. But that'd be my viewpoint.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Song.
I would say probably too much. Too much on a month-to-month basis. Very, very volatile week over week. I would say this past calendar year has had its fair share of surprises and challenges. Yet we're here. Tomorrow we'll be here as well. So I think we do have a strong enough outlook to be able to get things stable. And I think that that's the goal of everybody on this council.
Okay.
Hence why filling this position is so important for us.
And I would say, I would probably echo everyone's sentiments, much more time than I thought I would when I ran for mayor, and much more time than I want to be. Because similarly, I own 2 businesses in town.
Okay.
And, it takes time away from
Yep.
operating and running my businesses, which are, kind of my lifeline, right? My bread and butter. But as Councilmember Hall said, well, and actually everybody up here said it, we're all committed to this town. So if we have to put in the time and energy, we certainly put it in. But I would agree with what everybody said. I think there has been a lot of volatility in the past several months, maybe a little bit longer than that. There's been a lot of, from my lens, a lot of drama that just doesn't serve the city, right? We should be focusing on policy. We should be focusing on how to move things forward. We should be focusing on aligning over a strategic vision and strategic plan for the city. And that's where our focus should be, not on personality differences or, style differences, right? And I think that's an area too where this city needs significant help is on communication. Having clear communication, having everybody understand that we are here to serve the public and the taxpayers, and that's it. And we are a 5-member governing body. We are all equally elected. We all hold election certificates equally. So ensuring that communication is shared equally, right, to all of us and helping with those strategic priorities, I think that could go a long way in helping Nisswa continue to move in great directions, because as everyone said, it is a great community. It's a wonderful place to be.
Yes, ma'am. How are we on time right now?
We have about
7 minutes.
7 minutes.
Okay. So I'll ask, do you all have any other questions for me? I have one last one for you.
I have none.
None?
Do you have any council members?
Okay. So when I've listened to what you all have had to say, I hear, sort of one unifying point through all of that, and that's communication. That you're all here to serve, the needs and desires of the residents, and there's maybe a communication gap somewhere in that. How do you all individually handle constituent service outside of this building? So I'm going to give you some examples of that, things that I've seen be successful in the past. Do any one of you maintain a constituent email newsletter as individuals? Yeah. Do any one of you as individual council members regularly collect email addresses from residents as constituents and do a weekly, monthly, quarterly update by email to your constituents?
No.
No,
Okay.
not individual. Last year we did
Neighbor
a,
has something
yeah.
like that set up for the
That's-
town.
At this council and individually, no.
Okay. Second up, do any of you host focus groups in your private homes with people that are from within your neighborhood or business community as a whole?
I have in the
Okay.
past.
I do not.
Okay.
focus groups or just,
We do-
Um,
Let me clarify. So,
Sure.
an issue came up that had to deal with, well, all the lake that my wife and I are on, had to come up. And so there were some misinformation that one side was saying as the others. So what I did was, is a, neighbor reached out, wanted to know if we'd have a little, can I explain things through questions?
Yep.
And I've done that in the past. I've done that with a few things.
So the two most effective things that I've seen in my career are the two things that I just mentioned, which is, for each of you as council members to take a personal responsibility, whether that's at your place of business and you host it there or at your home, and it doesn't have to be particularly often, but you do an invite out to those folks that maybe you're closest to in the community that are registered voters. You have them over, you sit down with the comp plan, and you say, hey, can we just talk about the comp plan? Or can we talk about the issues within the community? Whatever format that is, but there's a direct one-on-one FaceTime with you and those residents outside of this building in a much more personal setting. The second one, I don't know if Calvin Mercer will watch this. He's a city councilman in Greenville, North Carolina that I worked for once upon a time, long-serving at-large council member in a community of, I don't know, somewhere in the ballpark of 100,000 people. Calvin, everywhere he goes, takes a piece of paper with him and he gets everybody's email address and he adds them to an email list, and he does, it was once upon a time monthly, I'm not sure if he's still doing that, but monthly email blurb out, here's what's going on in the city of Greenville, North Carolina. And that is just a terrific way for him as an individual council member to articulate what he perceives the view of the council to be, of the staff to be, and he's very clear about laying that out, right? Here's the council's piece. Here's the staff overview, and then this is my personal viewpoint on this. So he distinguishes between those in an effort to very clearly communicate out to the public. I mean, it's when you're 5 humans trying to manage the lives of what's on your sign is about 2,000 humans plus annual visitors. Do we know a number? How many people come through?
It can explode to
Yeah,
20.
20, 30,000?
Yeah.
There's no true metric. This county goes from 66 to 300,000.
Yeah, so I mean, you all are responsible for this jurisdiction and communicating what's going on to all of those people, whether they care about that message or not, that's a different thing. So it's at what level are you meeting them in order to have an opportunity to convey that message?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. There's like 3 minutes left. Do you have any last questions or anything you want to say in closing?
No, I'm grateful for the opportunity to come over. I've had a chance to, make my way around the community today and just, again, sort of take in the sights of what's here. You do have a lot to offer. I'm not sure how the fishing is. I'm assuming it's good because I see, ice fishing shanties out on the lake. Yeah, it's a beautiful place. So thank you for the time and the effort that you're putting in to go through the search.
Thank you for the interest.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Sure.
Okay, we could take about an 8-minute break till the next interview.
We have a few minutes yet, Jessica, before we get started.
Yeah, so I heard it kind of, I'm normally quite urgent to everything. Later tonight, it's not supposed to be, so.
Oh, I hate that. Let me hear this. I looked out window, I'm like.
Oh,
Slow down.
yeah.
So
Well,
we'll-
but there's a new thing, so. It's not supposed to be.
Okay. Have in the docket that we probably did.
I'm sorry.
So the snow may be coming around at 6, so
Oh,
hoping that we're gonna be,
Well,
that
hopefully we'll be heading
present-
on down the road.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Although good road.
But no, it's tricky. It's because your roads getting cold nights, it doesn't sound like a July.
So I think as we move south, it's gonna be more rain and snow. Just start.
I think I heard, I'm just used to it. We'll wash up and then after that's dirty hot, so. Once you get that.
Short beach, especially tiny.
Oh, that's all great. Yeah, such a weather, right? Yeah. Yeah, I was reading for all year round, well, not like, it was like negative, no, but. We have a, oh, wow.
Yeah, amazing, so he's kind of getting my bus. Yeah. Later, once you finish like that, I don't know, he's like that.
I hope it's not English. The house inside or. It's like, you'd be retarded. It's okay. So that's huge. Oh, yeah, go.
She's just turned 8, so I kind of see what she is like.
Oh, I bet you was Nico.
No,
What's her name?
her name was Walkie, because she looked like a baby as well.
Oh, wait, you still have that. Hold on. I think we'll be using one hour. I go.
Yeah. You're wrong, maybe.
Yeah, it's been that too long. I think it's about right enough. We inform HR to be, but. You should just some lunch.
Yeah. All right, so, well, I could go. Then I have to listen.
Happened with that.
It's more or less. I mean, I think you. Yeah, I was looking. Yeah, I did. And then.
Oh, no. I didn't make that.
Really fun. Right now, Michigan.
Oh, just completed one.
But it would be.
Now,
And how.
Where was one in Michigan that you just finished up? Sure, still got an update. Well, that's the one you got. I know that's that. Wow.
Okay.
There's a lot.
We are,
Yeah, no, but I just finished up on that area that we saw. Mass, that's all.
You need from regular, like, make good breath.
The chat, that's what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. You wanted to get that jogging opportunity, didn't you?
Hey, I missed my steps today.
I just gave you a hug more.
I have short steps.
Hey, adds up.
okay, I think we're all set.
All right.
Jessica?
Okay, if everybody's ready, Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Yes, so what we'll do with the 55 minutes that we have is council will go around and we've got questions for you, and then we'll leave time at the end for you to ask any questions of us and then any final summary that you might want to add. But before we get started, if you wouldn't mind just telling us a little about yourself and then what made you interested in applying for this position.
Sure. I am from the area, graduated from Brainerd High School a long time ago. I won't date myself. Moved away, as my resume shows. I've been around here and there, everywhere around the world. Came back to home about 8 months ago and am reestablishing myself in the community, reacquainting myself with old friends. I love the place. Even when I lived abroad, I had a house here that I spent a lot of time in. Have had to have family in the area the whole time, so I've spent most of my vacation time here with family. So there hasn't been a break in my attachment to the area. When I saw the position come up, it seemed to me like a wonderful opportunity to be a part of the community, to serve the community, and to, be a part of Nisswa's growth for the future with all of the challenges it faces as a small town with a large seasonal population and a booming tourist economy.
Very good, thank you. We'll start with our first question, Councilmember London.
How would you know about our community?
So as I said, I grew up in the area and have spent a significant amount of time here. It is a small town community at heart, small town values. People, say hello to each other, chat to each other, polite, cordial, a part of each other, speak to each other about family, etc. But there is a boom in the summer that we all know. There's a large influx of people. Some of them spend the whole summer, some of them only spend a weekend, but there's a large influx of people who aren't year-round population, and that has a lot of challenges, which Nisswa has risen to the occasion through the time that I've known it to be. Put on community events in the winter and the fall, as well as the summer, to have the summer population to continue to associate Nisswa with these wonderful times that they have in the summer and come back year after year.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fraley.
What's your approach to dealing with difficult people?
So I've had a lot of experience with that. Obviously been in different cultures around the world. I prefer to approach that through facilitation and communication. I think that if people have a common goal in mind, you can eventually get the details to be worked out so that people understand we're all going to a common collaborative goal. It can be hard to get there. It can involve a lot of negotiation and a lot of discussions, but my experience in the past was when I worked on projects that everybody understood, we want to reach the same endpoint. You're able to get there as long as we have open communication and understanding that there is a common understanding of where we want to be.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hall.
How would you develop a long-range plan for the community?
Well, I think that would involve a whole lot of input. I'd talk to each of the heads of the different department of Nisswa as to what their plans are, talk to the council according to what your plans are, and look at surveys from the public to see what the community here wants from the city of Nisswa. Then you would try to mesh those and look at what's feasible financially, because, we probably can't put a pro hockey rink here, but we probably can work on the hockey rink that is here. Working that out according to the budget and the priorities to see what the community wants and what the community might not see that needs to be done, like the potholes or that inevitably come every winter, or, some structural problems in buildings in the community. We'd have to put together the plan and prioritize what things are most critical, what things are most important to the community, and what can be afforded.
Council members on.
Tell us about your experience with economic development.
In economic development, well, I did a lot of work on the legal side with economic development in the past in other countries, getting funding from development banks in order to do projects that were both of benefit to the local community and financially viable. Now, that is not economic development in a small town government because although they need to be viable, the primary purpose would be for the community. I think the financial understanding of those types of development projects is critical, though, in looking at a small town's trajectory and development path and what wants to be accomplished, because you still have to look at what's financially feasible.
Thank you.
Jessica, what do you need from the city council to be successful as a city administrator in this role?
I think it's just about communication, communication, communication foremost. Because the role is to facilitate what the community wants, what the council is looking at putting into place from what the community has expressed, and leading up with the different departments to see what needs to be followed through. And again, what the community might not know that actually does need to get done. So from the council, I would want to have, lots of communication, sit downs very often very often within the structure of people's timelines in order to understand what their thoughts are, what they think is important, so that we can put together plans that are cohesive.
Thank you. Councilmember London, next question.
If you were selected city administrator, how would you spend this month in that position?
The first month, as I said, the importance is on communication. So I'd want to meet with each of the heads of the department, see where they're at according to the present development plan, what's behind, what is being left off the agenda, to see where that's going. Look at the finances to see where the city is fiscally, if we're behind revenue, ahead of revenue, what sort of avenues are being looked at in order to close any gaps, and then sit down with the council and see, where the council's thought is in terms of the plan and the budget and how they mesh and what we can do to make things reality. Hopefully looking within that at anything that needs to be done right away that I can facilitate having that happen if it's feasible.
Councilmember Fraley?
How would you establish good communications and information flow from the council to staff and staff to the council?
Well, I think the role of a city administrator, to my mind, is one of facilitator. So hopefully I would be a point person for the department heads to come to and then sit down with the city council, especially those of you who are liaisons to the various committees, and have the conversation in general. But I wouldn't want to, I guess, take up unnecessary time where I am being a full-time employee to be that filter. And I would see that my role is to be communication on both sides. So yes, that puts a lot on a city administrator, but that is, I think, their role, to
Thank
be
you.
there for both parties.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hall?
Give us a time and an example of a conflict that you've had between yourself and another staff member and how it was resolved.
So I had a junior associate, it's just coming to mind because it's the one that came to mind, working on a document for me that was critical to facilitating a large transaction, and she was behind in the document. And she felt that I hadn't given her clear instructions on what was to be achieved. So I first sat down with her to understand what the issue was, what the miscommunication was, and then revised the timeline, gave clear communication, set an accountability agenda so that she could meet it, or I could see that it was performance and not just misunderstanding. And at the end of it, it was performance. And so we had to have a performance review that she wasn't meeting clearly defined expectations. So I guess I would say I met it with communication, coaching, but accountability at the end of the day.
Councilmember Zahn.
How can an administrator maintain positive relationships with citizens, business, and staff when delivering unpopular news?
That is a very tricky agenda to have, but I think as long as you have established the communication with your community, so that they trust that you're not just telling them something to tell it, but rather that it is the actual facts of where the situation is at, that the unwelcome news is not based on unreasonable assumptions, but on research, the work of the council, the work of the departments. It helps to facilitate an understanding if the community, the businesses understand why this is occurring and they trust that your word is the actual truth as you believe it.
Thank you.
What do you expect from employees and what can they expect from you in the role of administrator?
I have an open door policy in all of my management roles in the past. I communicate to employees what is required of them, what is expected of them, and what would be wonderful to have from them if they would choose to take it on. In turn, I expect employees to come to me and give me feedback where I'm not communicating well, the expectations aren't known, or they feel that I need to know more about a certain topic that they didn't feel I was up to speed as I should be with. So it's a two-way communication street. And if it's not, I think it feels more of a top-down management style, which I dislike. I like more of a collaborative management style, because then you have buy-in from the staff as to what they're doing, that they have also determined this is something that needs to be done, or a project that needs to be completed.
Thank you. Councilmember London.
What do you believe you bring to the position that others may not?
I think I have a long history of work with the law, finance, and management in retail style, but I do have management experience. I think that, my knowledge of the workings of law would be very facilitative to working in this role, so that you understand the regulations, what we're dealing with, what the limitations may be. The financial side, I think it is very important to bring into the budget process and understanding when we're looking at development plans, what is fiscally possible.
Thank you.
Okay, and I think the last question is Councilmember Hall.
In you doing some research of us, what would you say maybe your top 2 or 3 things in Nisswa that you might want to accomplish right away or start working on to improve or change?
Well, I know that there are some road upgrades that need to be done, and there needs to be a more reconciled process to how those roads are going to be paid for, whether it's through bonding or whether, the agenda gets pushed off. So I think that's something that would be looked at. I think that the process for the piece of property needs to be set forth, probably more of a long-range plan of what's going to be done with that. Because I think a lot of the community is not sure. I also think that there's probably quite a lot of backlog of communication to the community that needs to be taken care of quite expeditiously, because if we don't have community buy-in, that's not where I think the community would like the city council to be.
Sure.
What questions do you have for us?
I guess my primary thing in looking at Nisswa is how the council thinks the next 5 years would look in terms of trying to keep the small town community aspect of what brings people to Nisswa, what makes people shop, have dinner, stay for a weekend, stay for the summer, while having that economic development. How do you see the primary challenges in doing that?
I think I'll start. I think that's one of the issues that we've been talking about throughout the different interviews today. Is one of the things I've said is we have the comprehensive plan, but it may have been put together before folks that were here. And so is that comprehensive plan the one that the city sees for the long range vision? And we've been trying over the past year, but haven't done it yet to truly have a workshop where we dive into that as a council with staff there. That's one piece of it. And, council will change, right? Because elections are every 2 years, but having a good vision, I'll turn it over to the other council members for input. Councilmember Fraley.
Next 5 years, well, yeah, I'm looking 15 years. Next 5 years, just getting things done, starting to look at the economic development of the land down there. And also, I know there are some concerns from the local business community that we are going to basically replace the downtown. That's not what we have no intention of doing that. Nisswa's got to stay what Nisswa was, but we also need to realize we have some growing pains. And, how can we do that on such limited land space, when almost half of the land is water? And how will we do that responsibly with also feedback from the community? So I'm hoping in 5 years, we have a plan as to what we can do with that land in the future.
Councilmember London.
Thank you. Maintain the city as a tourist draw. It's not just in the summertime, it's year round. Just got done with the Jubilee, Christmas time, we have lights, summer, we have Freedom Days and so forth, and that's a big tourist draw. All these neat little shops downtown, that's why people come here. I just want to see it stay the way it's been. I've been here for 40 years, and there's going to be some little growing pains, but just kind of maintain it the way it is so that it continues to be the draw that it is.
Right.
Councilmember Zahn.
It's my hometown. I'm born and raised here, just like a few of us in this room, in this community. It's a very unique spot that we're in because of the draw and the attention of this community. As I've stated in the previous interviews, it has kind of morphed into a centralized hub for folks to move to above and beyond just a cabin stay in a seasonal aspect. Maintaining its integrity is obviously important to any of us that have been here to see this community grow. But there's also a lot of opportunity with that. And it is a balancing act, which is why it's important for us to have somebody in the city administrator / clerk position to be able to help quarterback that and move the city forward. We help provide vision and direction. We are elected in these positions. We're here temporarily. Just like Mayor Carnahan admitted, our election cycle is up in November, so 2 of us or 3 of us could be off this council, and it's a whole new group, right? But that focus and vision has to be readdressed, in my opinion, as we've discussed every election cycle, that strategic plan, that comprehensive plan, because it's a whole new group of leaders potentially. But that staff has to also be equally bought into it as well. I think we do have a lot of opportunity to be able to build that transparency with residents. There's things we do in closed session. There's things that we do in open sessions, public sessions. But there's a lot of opportunity for us to continue to garner that input from them because this is our town collectively. I pay taxes here. We all pay taxes here. So do the voters that elect us to these positions. But you have to try to find that balancing act, and we're trying to, I think, hone in on what that exactly is going to be for us outside of just ideas, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Councilmember Hall.
Yeah, I think over the next 5 years, it's, trying to get a good plan for the next 10 to 20 to 30 years, really. Like everyone said, it's a unique town, unique situation that everybody wants to come here. It's not like we can say, oh, we're full and, we're at max capacity. And so we need to figure out, whether it be the land we purchased, what are more amenities and just services that this town needs. Behind the scenes, everyone just sees that downtown is kind of staying the way it is and they like that, but all the other services are just stretched in the area in the community that need some attention.
Yeah, I can imagine that the utility services are feeling a little bit of pain with all the growth and,
Mhm.
yeah, I can say especially the parking.
Well, those utilities just pass along their actual cost to us,
Yeah.
residents slash utility bill payers, Xcel, Minnesota Power, Growing Power. I mean, that's how it works. But that, we have to be cognizant, we're service providers at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Sure, we'll do customer satisfaction surveys, but that happens every 2 years. And it's not a popularity contest, it's are we providing proper roads? Is the design of said road proper? Is the maintenance of said road being upheld? Is it the same on northwest side of Nisswa or versus the southeast side?
Mhm.
That's the thing. I mean, it's small city. What's the best way? How do you say that? Small town with big city
Yeah.
problems sometimes
Yes. that's the-
because of what happens here in the summertime. And this place just explodes, as you know.
Yeah.
If you live in Breezy, you know, you guys got the luxury of being in between two of the hotbeds of Cross Lake and Nisswa, but Pelican's no different.
No,
So.
Do you have any other questions for us?
I guess I ask, how do you see the city administrator helping to fulfill, the ideas that you have along with the staff that has their own ideas about what needs to be done in the various public departments?
Do you want to go first on this one, or Councilmember London? Or Councilmember Fraley?
Can you restate that again? Because you want to see,
How do we see
yeah, how do
the
we
city
see
administrator
working with
working,
the,
engaging,
Yeah.
and, yeah.
I've said it, others have said it too, we're looking for the quarterback,
Mhm.
the football analogy. We got to work on the strategic plan. We've got to get it to where it's going to be. We've got to work towards that. So we'll be the guiders. You'll bring back the staff, basically manage it
Right.
because you'll be here all the time. We're not. But also there has to be you bringing back concerns from the staff to us.
Mhm.
And also, I think I asked one of them this too, is you can't be afraid to tell us if we're being overbearing with the staff.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm always worried when the staff pulls me in. I wonder, what did I do wrong? But we need to know.
Mhm.
So that's what I see your position is. Keep harmony, well communication with all of us. That's it.
Yeah, that's,
Councilmember Zahn?
I agree with their points. I think I've hopefully answered that question in the previous responses.
Councilmember Hall?
Yeah, I agree with what Mark said too. I don't know that I'd really have much to add than, working with the staff and the council.
Yep, I don't have anything to add.
okay.
Do you have any additional or final questions for us?
No, I think that covered the majority because, I'm from the area, so
Yep.
I have a little bit more information perhaps than others do, by just being part of the community in general, so.
Mr. Dewey, did you want to ask a question or no? No, okay. Well, do you have any closing comments before we?
Well, again, I want to thank you very much for this opportunity. I really, it's a role that I feel I could fulfill very well, that my heart would be very attached because I love this community. I want to be able to serve the people of the community. You know, I've come back here. This is my home. I'm not going anywhere else. This is where I've landed and, you know, been everywhere else, but I always came home. So, thank you again for the opportunity. And I think that my management experience, financial and legal experience would help me and to fulfill this role. And my strong felt desire and love of the community would also lead it. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, move to closed session. What?
Right, but.
We can
So-
move to closed session.
Well, the labor attorney guided, we have to stay in open session. SCSC, when they've done this in other cities, have gone to closed session, but our labor attorney is saying we have to stay open. So we can follow the guidance of our labor attorney, or I wanted to wait for Wendell to just share. Wendell, if you don't mind, we're having the conversation, because on the agenda, you know, it says we can move to a closed session. However, as you and I briefly discussed before, and as Ms. Wentler noted, the labor attorney's guidance was we stay in open session, but you guys have shared in your firms, when you've done this with other cities, you have gone to closed session, so.
We want to, defer to your city attorney's opinion, obviously.
Wendell, can I have you speak into my, I don't care which one you, but for. Thank you.
It is.
So,
Just missed it.
we would not want to go contrary to your city attorney's advice. So we can proceed, if you're willing, in open session.
It's up to the council. Do you want to follow the labor attorney's guidance and stay in open session, or do you want to go into closed session?
Well, to my opinion on the matter is,
Councilmember
I'm gonna
Zahn.
be much more vanilla if we're gonna be in open session. We've been searching for this position for quite some time, critical hire. If we're in closed session, I feel like we can have a very good and thorough conversation without being, potentially hurting anybody's feelings, because I'm a person that values constructive criticism and feedback, and I think that the 4 great candidates you brought forward for us, we deserve to properly vet through as a group. So I, for one, would be willing to make a motion to go to closed session, contrary to the city attorney's.
Okay, Councilmember Hall, do you have any thoughts on that?
Jesse said it well. I agree with that statement. So your practice is, this has been done in closed session in a few.
It has been in most instances.
In most cities
In
that
most
that have
cities,
hired
yeah.
you to consult and help with
The
this?
discussion amongst the council members on the merits of the individual applicants are discussed, and you can say particular evaluations of whichever of the applicants you so choose. And then
Okay.
in the end, we report the result.
Okay, Ms. Wentler, it looked like you wanted to chime in.
I will just note that when I talked with our labor attorneys, that they said that the council could make a motion to choose 2 liaisons so they could have a discussion and negotiate with SCSC and the applicant. So then even no matter what you decide right now, that you could still say, we're gonna select the personnel committee. So if you pick a salary range on a person and they say, hey, I want to do this, you can either do this and kind of go back and forth as the personnel or whatever. 2 liaisons could do that.
I think we're all 5 here. And if your experience in most cities, as you go into closed session, I think it's fair to have all 5 council members be a part of the discussion about candidates and so forth.
And we will do so at your
Yes.
discretion.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. If someone, I would entertain a motion. Oh, go ahead,
Make a
Councilmember
motion to
Zahn.
move to closed session pursuant to Minnesota statutes 13D.03 regarding labor negotiations, specifically for the purpose of discussing an employment agreement / negotiations for the city administrator / clerk position.
I'll second.
So Councilmember London seconded?
Yep.
Okay. Any additional discussion?
Either
Oh.
her or.
Well, we would want. Can we maybe re-motion to keep you folks in the room?
No,
We
that's-
serve as your consultant.
Oh, so you can be
Yes.
here anyway.
Yeah, he
Got
will
it.
be in the
Okay,
room.
perfect.
Yeah,
Sorry,
okay.
Ron, you'll have to leave though.
Yeah, sorry. You have a break until
If you
6.
could, Ron, could you shut the door on your?
Okay, so we have a motion and.
I didn't,
wait,
that
we
was a
gotta- we
joke.
gotta take-
I mean, you're the only
I
one
gotta call the
though.
question. Okay, we have a motion and second. Any additional discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Okay, give me a second here.
Do we
to-
just take a 2-minute break to run to the restroom and get more water?